cameras on live? We're live. You see what's on the screen? Yes, live. You can see.
Can't see my SpongeBob.
The way we're gonna roll today is at 9, once we go live stream, we're gonna gavel the meeting to order, we're gonna do the Pledge of Allegiance, then I'm gonna kick it over to Chancellor, he'll kick it back to me, and then we're gonna get it on. Everybody good?
Get it on.
It's like, let's get it on.
Lisa, raise your cell phone. We're only people push-ups. I ain't doing no push-ups. Neither am I, my phone's silent. Oh, yeah. Perfect for you.
We're live action?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All our special meetings to order, everyone rise, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, Chancellor, let's begin.
Hello, everyone, especially the ones that are streaming with us live at home. We're here today for the 2024 budget retreat. This is the current phase of a very well thought out, very well executed plan of action that began in January with the priorities and with staff. Our elected provided our staff and department heads with an opportunity to present their needs to the board. That transitioned us into the second phase where the elected actually took those priorities and told staff what they wanted us to move forward with. The third phase was when we actually engaged our delegates and our representatives and senators. And here we are today preparing ourselves to transition into the next fiscal year for the 2024-2025 budget. I'd now like to turn it over to our mayor to transition us into telling us why that is so important.
Okay. That works. I don't even need it really. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for attending today. I don't know if you know.
Tap it.
Tap it.
Tap on.
Oh, there it is, there. Thanks everyone for attending today and for those that are viewing us live stream. As Chancellor McLaughlin said, this has been a process that kicked off in January, early January, in a different direction that has been in prior years of looking at a budget this year, especially with some headwinds coming before the town and board of the 1.9 sales tax revenue loss. That and the engagement of a very thorough base study that will be presented today by Mr. Dave Hill, who has put a lot of time and effort and months and a lot of meetings into that study. So the full board will be able to view that today, as well as the rest of the departments and what their needs and for the next coming year as well. There's a couple other things that will probably be discussed throughout the day, but I want to set some ground rules first for the board that I know there will be a lot of discussion, and there should be. Just be respectful of each other, and everybody will have the opportunity to speak, and I will call on each one that wants to speak and contribute to the discussion. Let's just have a good time today. Let's just relax and enjoy ourselves. The staff is here because this budget is not 5 commissioners and a mayor. This budget belongs to everyone in this room, and it belongs to all 19,000 residents of our town who depend every day on services. That's who this budget belongs to. So, we had some breakfast this morning. We're going to have some lunch later on, and somewhere around 2, 3, maybe we'll wrap it up. So I'm going to kick it back to Chancellor, and Drew will probably start us off. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, for eventually letting us know what is important reasons why we're here. We're here to talk about the budget that is going to lead us into the next fiscal year to address the needs of our citizens. So now I'll turn it over to our finance director, Drew Holland, who will give us our overview on our financial.
Okay, thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Mayor. The packets that you have this morning, we've got several. The first one we're going to be looking at, this one here. Just got the schedule, and then right after the schedule for the day, you'll see the financial update. So if you want to turn to that page, that's where I'll be starting. And this is to give you some information of where we are currently in our current budget. So property taxes, right now, the latest update that I have, and I just gave you an updated sheet also to kind of go with this. 1 cent of property tax is $139,083. So for every cent of tax, that's how much money we raise. So that's what I'll be using right now for projections for next year's budget. And it is in an increase from last year to this year at 3.38%. The number's a little long, but that's it's 3.38% growth from last year. So currently, the property tax for next fiscal year right now is estimated at $5.6 million, and that's an increase of only $171,000 from last year to what I'm proposing for next year. That number is still liable to change. The final update that they give me, I will use the latest one that they give me in April before we actually submit a balanced budget to you, but right now that's what the numbers are. The next motor vehicle taxes, right now it's estimated at $799,621, an increase of about $38,000 from last year. I just realized I didn't put what the total number is, but it's about $128,000. Recreation tax, right now that's the 5 cents that goes on the property tax bills that's designated specifically for recreation. Right now for next year, we're estimating about $694, and that's an increase of about $21,000 from this year. Sales tax is still our largest growth of revenues from year to year. And right now, we're estimating next year to be about 5.4, but that's only an increase of $66,000 from last year to this year. That's the smallest growth of sales tax we've had from one year to the next. Usually it's closer to $200,000. What's happening around the state, it's not just here, sales tax is topping off. There was a large boom of sales tax right after the pandemic. Sales tax jumped up super high. With inflation, it's kind of starting to level out a little bit because people are buying less. They're still buying a lot, but they're not buying any more than they previously had. So it's starting to plateau a little bit. But also, if you remember, year after next is when they're changing to the ad valorem way of doing sales tax. And so that 5.4 is going to reduce, estimated about $1.8 million. So that number will be going down, not next year, the year after that. And then the debt schedule, if you turn the page, that is our current debt schedule. The good thing about our debt schedule is there's not a lot on it, and that's intentional. Previously, we did a lot of debt for vehicles. We do short-term debt for like 4 and 5 year loans, sometimes a 3-year loan on different vehicles and things of that nature. In preparation for a potential bond referendum coming up and the public safety building that we're sitting in now, I've held off on doing a lot of debt, so we didn't have a lot. So if you see next year's budget, I don't know if you remember, those of you that were on the council, when we started a loan for this building, we said there'd be 2 years of really high payments and then it would drop off. Well, we did a little bit of adjusting and we're going to have 1 year for really high payment and then it drops off. So next year is that really high payment. It jumps up to about $1.2 million. If you look about the middle of the page where it says total general fund, that's going to be our high debt payment. And then you see the next 3 years after that, we have things coming off of our debt. And then it drops and it gets lower. So one of the ones is the dam refinance from 2013. That was a 10-year loan. It comes off the books. After the 24-25 fiscal year, that's $383,000 that won't have to be under anymore. So then it drops down below $1 million and continues after that. The long one at the bottom that continues out several years is the public safety building. And when we get into this afternoon about the bond referendum information, we'll look at that again. So that's the debt schedule. Then the next page is a breakdown of our property tax levy. So we've got the current year and next year on here. You're getting to see, where the growth is. So if you look at the 23-24 year, the estimated taxes at the bottom of that first column, it's 5.4 billion. Looking at next year, like I said earlier, we're going to be able to budget right now about 5.6 million. And then that translates into the $171,000 increase from last year to this year. And then down below it, there's our motor vehicle taxes. And there you see the numbers there for that and the 1 cent, how we arrive at the 139,000 for each cent. If you have any questions, just stop. I know it's a lot of information and a lot of numbers. And then the sheet after that, that is the sheet that I get from the county for their update. So that's just where I derive the numbers from. The county assesses the values, they send it to me. So that's the breakdown that I get from the county. They send one out about every other week this time of year, so I can estimate for next year's budget. Are there any questions regarding the financial update?
Drew, how much are we receiving from the housing market? Taxes on the real estate?
As far as property tax goes, that's that growth that you're seeing in there. That growth from last year to this year to 171,000, that's the growth of the TAM in terms of property tax value.
Was that over what we were getting?
Is that,
The amount of money that we were getting?
yes, that's an increase of what we were getting to what I'll be able to, propose for next year's budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Nope, everybody good?
Okay,
All right.
and now we'll go into the CIP. So if you've got this document here with you, and I don't know if you noticed, but last year we changed the name of the CIP. It's still the CIP, but it's not capital improvement plan anymore. It's community investment plan, which I think more denotes what it actually is. It's an investment in our community in all the capital projects. So it's still the CIP. So if you look, turn to page 2. There's an intro, and then the letter, and then it's the list of every project. Right after the letter. Okay, there you see the list of every project that's in the CIP, broken down by public safety, public works and transportation, culture and recreation, and stormwater. If you look at that total at the bottom, $62 million will handle everything that's in the CIP. Obviously, we don't have $62 million, and there's a reason that we don't have you approve this like the budget. We only present it to you and you accept it as a document. But if it's approved as a budget, then you have to treat it just like a budget ordinance. You have to do amendments to the CIP. Ours fluctuates so much that I don't want to have to go through that hassle of amending the CIP. But it's still a list of approved projects that the town's looking to do over time, whether they're funded or not. Most of these will be done as funding presents itself or comes along. A lot of them are going to have to be grant oriented or state funded or different things like that. Some of them we've been able to do through the general fund. A lot of them, the last few years, we've been able to do through the ARP money and the state CIS funds. So those come in very handy for doing a lot of these projects. Some of these projects are on here every year. We've not come close to doing them, so we just kind of put them in a future year so that they stay on the list, so that we're just aware this is a project, there's no funding for it, but we still would like to do it. A lot of times for grants, one of the first questions they ask is this project included in your CIP? We say, yes, it is. And that helps with grants. So if you see a project in here that you have any questions on, you can contact that department that goes along with it. There is an updated sheet, if you flip through it, of each project, the funding, and what year we would like to do that project. If it's in the very last year, sometimes that doesn't mean we're going to do it that year. It just means we wanted it on the report, so it's showing up just as a project we want to do at some point in the future. So any questions about the CIP?
I have a question.
Okay?
So the stuff that's currently on that first page for the project list, when does it fall off? Because you got like the splash pad and Heritage Park, it falls off once completed?
Once it's completed, yes. If you look at, for instance, go to, I'll show you one that's actually done. Here's page 16. And the pictures look a little hazy this year. Our copy machine is acting up when I printed this. If you look at page 16, that project, the creek clearing, we had state SCIF funds to pay for that project. It is complete.
Okay.
But it was completed in 23, 24. So I showed it on here as a completed project.
Mhm.
And next year, this one will not be in the CIP, so it will kind of rotate out. So as they're finished, because like this building, the public safety building, is not in the reporting work because it's finished, it's complete.
Okay. Thank you.
And several of y'all made the cover this year at the groundbreaking at Heritage Park.
Oh, look at that. What was
Any questions on the CIP?
Drew, over on the police department for the CIP in the next year, are we looking at 4 vehicles?
Yes,
That's
and
gonna
that's
be-
the lease cost plus the equipment that we have to install on each vehicle. So that 192,000 correlates to 4 vehicles.
All right. Next one is, fire department. What is that, just 1 vehicle for fire department?
Yes, that's their command vehicle.
12,900. But no, 290, okay.
Mhm.
Now, what I was doing, Drew, is I was looking through here at the projected, what you have by departments, projected for this year, but, next year's
Next
budget.
to 24, 25.
Yeah. Just trying to get an overview for the
Right,
board
if
of
you look
what we're
on,
looking at.
look on page 3. Page 3 is the totals of all of the capital projects in here by year. So the top half of this is the expense portion, what the project costs. The bottom half is where we're hoping to receive funding for. So you'll see some are listed with bonds, some are listed with grants, some are listed with general fund, some are listed as sometimes stormwater can carry the cost of some of the public works and transportation, some of the street things. So that gives you the breakdown of what we're looking at. And if you look at the 24-25 year that the mayor was referring to, 9.4 million is what's in here for that. But then if you look at the very bottom, where the revenues are coming from, grants and intergovernmental revenues, 8.3 million. So we're expecting a lot from this grant. What would you call it? Grant scenario that we're trying to do with Ingrid helping us out. So if those grants don't happen, those projects just get pushed back to the next year.
And that's kind of what I wanted to highlight to the board was that with the new grants program that we initiated and we're working with Ingrid on, that's really going to supplement, hopefully supplement a lot of the projected requests from the departments. Yes.
I just make a comment. For our viewers that may be listening at home, so what they're talking about for grants, if you look, it says there's a couple of columns, prior years, 871,000, just round it out. Then 2023-24, 677,000. Now with the grant lady projected is 8 million, no, yeah.
Yeah.
8,372,000. So you go from less than $1 million to over 8 million. So that's what the grant lady is, we're hoping to get
Right, and not all of that is grants, where it also says grants and intergovernmental.
Yeah.
Intergovernmental also covers the state and the ARP funds as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
So the current projects that we have approved, they're also part of that.
But we haven't used the grants program in prior years
Right.
until right now. And that's the big fund that's coming our way this year.
And I will say, speaking of fire, we have a raise grant deadline tomorrow. And so after we complete, today's pay study, DC, Bobby and myself will go back with Ingrid and, maybe a 4 o'clock follow-up meeting, because we have a deadline at 5 o'clock tomorrow for applications and working on all this. And so, that is specifically for the fire department. We'll know how much, if we are ultimately successful in getting that grant. But as we're having this conversation, we're preparing for a submission tomorrow.
Can we, speaking of grants, can we, do either a monthly update to the board on where we are in grants?
Yes, I think that's possible. Well, she's also gonna start giving us a tally on the billable hours.
Yeah.
And so I'll probably roll that into my manager's report, but that's something that Ashley and I are having conversations with Ingrid about, in terms of being able to report back what has been submitted, what has been awarded, how much time we do have left to bill out, but also rolling that into the manager's.
Yeah, because I just need to know the status of where we are, and what's in the pipeline.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, now,
Yes, sir.
we have stuff in here for transportation.
Should already be on.
Do we have stuff in here for transportation?
Yes, there is stuff in here for transportation. What's not in here is the bus service, because we really don't have an amount for that. So if I put that in, I don't have an amount to go with that. It's actually never been in here, because each year we talk about it, there's never an amount. It's always a shot in the dark, or just a real wild guesstimate, but it's never really a solid number. Even though that has been a priority, it's not been in the CIP because I don't have an accurate number of how to even track that. But we know it is a priority.
Right. I get asked about that almost every day by the same person. And I give him the same answer every day. There's a few things on the bus service that we haven't even discussed. That were the different pickups and drop-off points will be, areas that we need to set aside to put a bus stop or cover over or something. So I guess we can't do anything about that until we know we got somebody to sit there, right? So, and the other thing is, are we having funding for the Golfview complex on the ball fields and things?
Yes, if you go to the Parks and Rec section, there's several. Parks and Rec has a lot of projects in there. We have the skate park that we approved to work alongside the, what is it, the Friends of Skate Parks Foundation. We have the, both phases of the all-inclusive playground are in there. We've got the splash pad. And then we've got Heritage Park Phase 1. Then there's Heritage Park Phase 2. Then we've got the Ball Field Sports Complex at Golfview. Then the Senior Center, then the pickleball courts, the rest of the park development, future park property purchase, the municipal park ball field right here on this site, the 2 dirt parking lots near Field 1, and then Harry Park. I think Harry Park was brought up at the last council meeting also, improvements to that.
I know that stuff is in the information that you handed out to us, but someone who's sitting at home
Yeah.
don't have this information.
And actually, just so you know, this will be put online next week. I might not have time to do it tomorrow, but by sometime next week, this document will be online.
And after lunch, my presentation is gonna get into, 3 specific, priorities that we're gonna ask for funding for this upcoming year. Some of those projects that are in that book, we're gonna ask to move on some of it, at least the design phase. So I'll get a little bit more into that with a slide presentation after lunch.
How far along are we on, the grading of the golf course in the area for the ball fields and things that are gonna be proposed to be in?
We haven't started any site work on that property yet.
All right, thank you. That's all for me.
Mayor,
Yes.
Brian.
Okay. Coming back down.
This is probably coming out of left field, but, made mention of it, and it may have been in your manager report, if it is, I apologize, but where are we at on the splash pad? Are we gonna be up and running on that by this summer?
Yeah, we're actually having, conversations on the, final punch list items with the contractor. I think we should have a more definitive timeline update, but it should be open, definitely before, spring.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions regarding the CIP?
Is that it? Questions? There's a lot in there.
It's good.
There's a lot in there. Okay.
But if you do have any questions and think of something later, just, send me an email, give me a call, let me know, and, we can get you an answer.
Glad to see you here in Clark.
Okay. Can't ask me if that takes 20 minutes. We did it quick. We're a little early. We ready to move along to David's presentation for the case study?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody good? All right.
And, as Drew is setting this up, this is something we've been working on for quite some time. We've had an extensive amount of meetings, but I think we're finally here. I think we are finally here, and so, you'll get this presentation of the case study from David Hill with Piedmont Triad Regional Council, and I'm looking forward to the open discussion, at the conclusion of this presentation.
I'd like to share with the board that every meeting that we have had with David, that I've attended along with Mayor Pro Tem Tucker,
I had it on here.
we have been involved in every one of the meetings that has involved this case study to the presentation of where we are today.
I work a lot with technology, PowerPoints, virtual meetings. I also work a lot with position classification, pay grades, and all those kinds of things. So while Drew's setting that up, I will admit to you right now that technology is above my pay grade. But I don't even know how this works. But
I'm in the next office now. I'm the same place.
Okay.
but as the mayor says, I'm here today with the help of a whole lot of people. And it was impossible for me to be here without the help.
Actually, I can't. It's not. Oh, there it is. There you go.
Right, so this has been an adventure. So I did work with Piedmont Triad Regional Council, that's the council of government up in the Winston-Salem, Greensboro area. We focus on the 73 local government members of the Piedmont Triad, but there are 6 of us who are retired local government employees who work across the state providing case studies and different kinds of services. So today, I'm going to talk to you about the process. I'm going to talk to you about methodology. We'll take a look at some graphs and charts. I'm showing those not to bore you, but just to show you what information looks like. I will talk to you about the interpretation of data. But the whole purpose of a pay study is to determine where is the best possible place for the local government to be competitively placed in their local market. And along with that, of course, is being fiscally responsible. And we'll take a look at options and all other kinds of information that goes into these things. But I will begin with bell curve, standard deviation. Now, assuming that the sample size is large enough, anything that can be measured about the workforce, the results of that measurement should look like the bell curve, should look like standard deviation. This also is a representation of a pay grade, the minimum of a pay grade, the midpoint, or the market value, and then the maximum of a pay grade. But in a mature workforce, and my definition of a mature workforce is that you have an average years of employment of between 8 and 10 years. And if you have a mature workforce, whatever that measurement of the workforce is, I should be able to find 2/3 of employees in that middle 1/3 of that standard deviation. So this is the backdrop of some slides that we'll take a look at next. So as we look at those slides, again, here's my technical inabilities. I cannot recreate a bell curve. My bell curves look more like St. Louis arches. But the very first thing I take a look at is how long have the employees been here? And again, my definition of mature workforce is average age of 10 years. You have an average years of employment of 6.4 years. What this chart represents is, at the beginning of the study, a spreadsheet of workforce information that was provided to me is the source of this data. What each of those bars represent are the number of employees who are working here and who came to work for you in each of these calendar years. So each one of these bars represents a calendar year. You can also view this as recruitment and retention. Now, there's nothing in this chart that concerns me, causes any worry. I can tell you that all of the 1.6 million pay studies I've done in my life, when I do this chart for every other local government in the state, it was just like that. But if we followed this highest bar, these are the number of employees who are still with you who came to work in 2023. If we follow those 26 employees over the next 3 or 4 years, that bar is going to look like that bar. Eventually, it's going to look like one of these bars right there. That's recruitment, that's retention. You've recruited them. What this chart doesn't show is the number of employees who actually came to work in each of those years. So even if we assume that 15 came to work each year, why did they leave? Why were you not able to retain them? So again, if we follow that bar, and it's just historical data, that bar is going to reduce over the years. But you've got 1/3 of your employees who've been with you less than 2 years. You have over half of your employees who've been with you less than 5 years. The next thing I take a look at is your pay grades, your pay grade ranges. Where are employee salaries in relation to their pay grade range? Your pay grade range is 52.9%. All that means is that your maximum salary for each of your pay grades is 52.9% greater than the minimum. So again, bell curve, the midpoint of a pay grade range in the true sense of salary administration classification. An employee who's been in their position for 8 to 10 years should have a salary at or near the midpoint of their range. Now, when I look at this chart, the one that we just looked at, average years of employment 6.4. The majority of your employees are way over here. But when I look at that chart does not match the one that we just looked at. There are several interpretations of this. Number one is your pay grade ranges aren't competitive in the market, and you're having to bring people to work higher up in the grade range. So that's my initial interpretation of this. On average, your employee salaries are 17.4% above the minimum. So you can see you have a relatively large number from the previous chart. You have a relatively large number of new employees, but yet their salaries have that kind of distribution. I would not expect to see that. Again, my interpretation is your salary grade ranges are competitive enough to get employees to come to work here. You're having to bring them in at salaries further up in the range. Or the other interpretation of that is you bring them to work and you've got a very aggressive program in place that allows for salary advancement. So initially, I don't know which of these interpretations are correct, but there is no salary compression. That's another thing I look at, salary compression. Are all salaries compressed? So again, if I look at that chart, I'm going to expect to see a lot of salaries down at the minimum. But then when we move here, we've got all of that. So we'll talk more about that as we go through there. But let me talk just a little bit about what got me here today. And again, like I said to begin with, and this mayor said, this is a lot of work by a lot of people. Employees have the toughest job of all. We gave them a 12-page questionnaire. They spent 2 weeks completing that questionnaire. And in that questionnaire, they told us in great detail everything about their job. I met individually with department directors. So it's just a process of collecting information so that I know as much as I can about every position. And then we work through collecting data from a bunch of other places, looking at what they do, how they do it, who does what, just analyzing all of that data, having lots of meetings, lots of discussions, looking at different options. So this is the market. This is the local governments that we collected information from. And when I do a study, the very first thing I do is I go to Google Maps, I locate where I'm going to be working, and then I identify about a 45-minute drive of here, and then maybe about an hour drive, to see who are those other local governments in the area. Managers might go somewhere else in the state to work. Some professional or technical employees may go to work in another part of the state. I can tell you that greater than 95% of your workforce will not move to another state or another part of the state to go to work. None of your employees are going to move to Mercy to go to work. Maybe they're not move to Mercy. So when I look at a map, I try to determine who should be compared in the market. Some places, an elected board may ask me, why did you compare us to Fayetteville? They're so much bigger. Their tax base is so much greater. What's the relationship? Well, the relationship is every one of your departments competes every day with not only them, but them and everybody else is on here. So when I begin to look at my comparisons, I'm not comparing you to Fayetteville. I'm not comparing you to Cumberland County. I'm comparing you to the geographic average of data that I collect from these places. So it's not like, again, I'm not comparing you head to head directly with them or anybody else up here. I'm comparing you to this geographic average, the geographic median. And we'll look more about that. Now, the next chart we're going to take a look at is police officers. And I typically use police officer because every local government has a sheriff, a police officer. But the whole point of this next slide is to show you what this data looks like. And when I collect that data, what do I look for? So here are those local governments with that particular position. And every one of your positions has a sheet like this that compares that position, that compares finance director to finance directors, parks and rec to parks and rec. Every position has one of these. So everything above the green line is individual data for that position in these local governments. This tells me what their minimum salary is, what that midpoint or that middle part of that bell curve is, the maximum. This tells me what is the average salary in each of these local governments for that position. And here I get into some more technical things. CR means comp ratio. That's just a relative position of salaries to the midpoint. And midpoint is really not the right term to use for that data. That's really the market rate, the position value. The comp ratio is just a measurement of where's the salary in relation to the midpoint. This one is just a different way of measuring where's my salary in relation to the minimum. What is the percentage above? Here I'm just measuring what are their ranges. So everything above the green line is the market. Now immediately below, for that position, grade 72, a minimum of 41.9. As we said earlier, the range is 52.9. Average salary for a Hope Mills police officer, $43,474. So, a couple of things I'm going to look for. Where is your pay grade range in relation to the average and the median of the market? If I'm looking at the average, you're almost 12% below. I then come over here and I take a look at salary. Where is your average salary compared to the average and the median of the market? You're greater than 17% below. So I'm taking a look at all of this information, and I'll talk more about this. Police officer currently in grade 72, one of my recommendations is a new pay plan, and in the new pay plan, police officer would go to grade 19. But what I take a look at is, this data is current. So what I then take a look at is, what is that data going to look like at the beginning of the next fiscal year? So this column represents 3%. And I think across the state, probably the majority of the local governments are looking at a 3.1% cost of living increase going into the next fiscal year. So here I'm forecasting that this data on average is going to increase 3%. So that's going to take that average from there to there. So then that becomes my target. What pay grade does that position need to be in to be competitive with the market on or shortly after July 1st? So in the new pay plan, grade 19 comes closest to fitting into this 47.5, 48.8 range. So every one of your positions has a worksheet like that. I use that data to look at a lot of different kinds of things. But at the end of all of that analysis, what pay grade best puts that position to be in the best competitive position it can be to this market? So that's the only one we're going to look at. I'm not going to sit here and go through every one of those this morning. So when I looked at all of those worksheets, I took those percentages. So if I'm looking at your pay grade ranges, on average, your pay grade ranges are 18.3 over 18.4% below the market. If I look at your salaries on the average compared to the average of the market, about 16.5% below.
Hey, David,
Yes,
could you back up a slide? What, not that one, the next one. Why do you think we're 18.3 below the market? What is your opinion of why, how did we get here to this, to these two numbers?
well, I cannot give you, I can give you an opinion. I was not present. I don't know how the mechanics of all of that work. But when I look at all of that kind of data, the local governments in your area over the last numbers of years, that could be the last 2 or 3 years, the last 4 or 5 years, have been more aggressive in the market. They have made adjustments to their pay plan or their salaries at a greater rate than Hope Mills has. Now again, I don't know the specific or exact history of that, but when I look at where you are compared to that market, and again, it's the average of that market, and having some knowledge of those local governments in that, some of those have chosen to be more aggressive in the market to better position themselves to be more competitive or be in a better competitive position. And that's not to say that Hope Mills is lagged behind, but in my opinion, you haven't, I'm searching for the right word, you haven't kept up with the market.
And if we don't do anything with the proposals today, we're going to continue to fall below the market. These numbers are only going to get worse in years coming.
For this particular position, and I could have used any of the other ones. But for this particular position, if you don't move to an entry-level salary of about that amount, and I'm not here to speak for the chief, but, or Parks and Rec or any other department, you will continue to fall behind and you will not be in a competitive position. Where you will be is the candidates that you will be looking and have to come to work here are potentially and possibly the candidates that could not go to work at any of those other places.
I just think, David, that's an interesting slide when we're looking at the overall pay study, because that's a snapshot of where we are, of what generated this pay study to start in October. Is those numbers. Okay. Any other comments before you move? Yep.
Just a comment, you know, this comment, we're behind right now, but as you said, this board and future boards, we have to be aggressive as well to stay current so we don't get in this position again. I just wanted to make that comment. So we need to figure out a strategy. Finance director, town manager needs to, I would say, come back with a strategy plan for this board to approve moving forward from this time to stay current.
Yeah.
When was the last time we did pay study? Ever?
Then,
There was one done when I got here. It was 8 years ago. They were in the midst of one.
Okay.
That's where our current pay scale came from. However, even though it was called a pay study, there wasn't a lot of changes. The council had given a directive that there was $20,000 used to increase salaries with, and that was it. So the pay study recommendation was had to have been cut to fit within a $20,000 parameter. So the only thing that changed was the pay grade scale which was better than what we had before. And it just added to some salary compression to about, it was a handful of employees. It's that 20,000 over the course of, and back then we probably had maybe 110 employees. It didn't go very far. So people got a little bit, they were promised a lot, and not much came of it. There's probably a few folks here that were here when that happened. But it didn't go far, and we didn't have a lot to even use, you know, after it was
Wait,
completed.
do a follow-up to her question. Before that, when was the last time anything was done?
So, as far as we can remember, a pay study, kind of a pay study 8 years ago, and then now. So I mean, maybe every 6 years or so, I mean, we gotta try to stay
But
on.
to piggyback on what you said, I mean, even though we call it a pay study, in comparison to what we're doing now, I wouldn't consider that a pay study. So that's why I asked the question before we did that. I don't know when the last time anything ever happened in Hope Mills in the last 10 to 20 years where we had to do a comparative analysis of our salaries to the open market. I think that's the real question that you need to have answers for.
We did one in 86. Now, I don't know if, how many did done in 2086?
That's a long time.
Yeah.
I've been here serving this town for, I'm in my 25th year. And I only remember one, that's the one you spoke about, 8 or 10 years ago. What we did, we just got an idea of what other people were paying for the same service, or be a police officer, a sanitation worker, or anything like that. But I don't think we got into, pay increases for very many staff employees, or anything like that. I think the commissioners and the mayor was affected a little bit, but, I don't think it went the way, because I made the motion for it, it didn't go the way that my intent was to get the study run through and see what step one against step one were not the same still after the study, like it should have been. We had people at the time who were taking part of a day off to go get their vehicle up at the garage or wherever it might be, and go down and sign up for food stamps and stuff like that. So that's what the shape was back then before that study. But it got people out of that line to get state or county or town assistance. But it made the gap wider between the employees and the employees in the same job in the town next door. It didn't go the way that most of us thought it was gonna go. So, I know we gotta do something. I don't know how we're gonna do it. I guess we'll have to lean on Drew and Mr. McLaughlin to bail us out there and see if we can get enough funds to do all of our employees. I don't want to get police or fire or the town staff. The guys in the hole, digging holes, the guys dragging the ball field, they deserve to be included in this study.
Yeah, we do have every employee included in the study. We do it townwide. One thing that helps as far as the ongoing, to help us keep up, I guess with other towns and just cost of living is each year the cost of living adjustment. We have done the past few years, just as a budget saving strategy, it's a one-time savings, is moving the cost of living from July to December. We still get a cost of living, but we save 6 months worth of salary by starting it in January instead of July. So we've never done without a cost of living. Last time we did without a cost of living, it was either the first or second year that I was here. We were in the recession, and didn't have a cost of living 1 year, but we still kept the merit. So one of the things that we do want to continue going forward is having a higher cost of living each year that keeps us competitive with the other towns, and the merit moves everybody along within their pay range.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to let the board know, I think that you and, Chancellor have a plan, we just gotta let him get there, get to that part of the presentation. I'm thinking that's part 2 of the presentation, correct? But I would also like to remind everybody that police and fire are hard to fill positions nationwide. And to me, that is your house that is on fire right now. And I believe that we're gonna get to that part, but I believe that with this current fiscal year, I believe that that's what you need to start with first. Because again, those are nationwide hard positions to fill, not just county.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Dr. McCray. David, I want to add one thing. This is probably in the history of the town, the most comprehensive pay study review of not only positions, but salaries and the market in which we operate. And the amount of time that's gone into this, from the analysis point of crunching numbers that David has projected here, clearly shows that the reason that figure sets up there 18.3 behind the market is because in past years, there hasn't been a comprehensive pay study and a strategy going forward. There just hasn't been. And there's no finger pointing with any of that. It's just, this is where we are today. As Mayor Pro Tem Dr. McCray said, we will develop an action plan going forward. And Commissioner Marley, we're going to put a strategy together where this town will never look at those numbers again. And we can do that here today. Thank you, David.
And let me, I'm just following with Dr. McCray and comment about home employees. And Drew is correct. In this study, we took a look at every employee, every position, and every employee in each of those positions. It's almost like an economics 101, especially when it comes to police, fire, emergency services employees. The citizen demand or the citizen expectation of dialing 911 has not decreased. The expectation when 911 is dialed is that that police officer or that fire truck or that paramedic show up in their driveway. And in most places, that expectation is in about 3 minutes. So who are the employees that get you to that point? Now, let me tell you about local government. Without saying how old I am, I had a career in corporate, private sector. I then had a second career in local government. When I was in private sector, I didn't really think too much about those people that worked in local government. The police car, the sheriff's deputy, the ambulance, these people that pick up their garbage. But then when you start looking at the qualifications of people who work for local government, you know, most people who dig ditches. Every position, practically every position that makes up a local government requires some kind of advanced degree, advanced certifications, licenses. So just about every position in local government requires those candidates have those minimum qualifications that exist of those degrees and certifications and licenses. So with my background, the details are what matters. And so when I'm looking at all of those positions, and trying to make the best recommendations that I can. You have to take into the play in all of these decisions, the certifications. Law enforcement is a good example. I could be a police officer. All I got to do is go to the local community college and complete their, how many hours is that?
This expended, it's like 800 hours now.
So 800, I go to the community college and complete my 800 hours, get my certificate. And the town brings me to work. But beyond that, and based on criteria, I have an opportunity to satisfy those requirements to receive an intermediate certification. And above that, an advanced certification. And the same in fire and lots of other parks and rec. Those are very unique positions. All of those require degrees. First aid, Red Cross, CPR, down to those kinds of simple kinds of things. So, not to waste a lot of your time, because all of you already know all of those kinds of things, but local government workforces are unique. And back to your comment about your budget. It's not your budget. It's not the budget of people in the district, it's the budget of all of those people who live within the jurisdictional boundaries of Hope Hills. And again, there are expectations, whether that's a police officer, a firefighter, parks and rec opportunities. That's what all of this is about. Who are those people who are going to deliver those services? This is your current pay plan. And as Drew said, this is the pay plan that came about from the previous study. It's 52.9% wide, 6.6% between each grade. In my opinion, and this probably was a good plan at the time for whatever the circumstances were. This pay plan is too compressed. It does not provide sufficient enough opportunities for departments to grow. So my recommended pay plan, and again, going back to police officer, currently in grade 72, now over on the new pay plan will be grade 19. So a new numbering system, and what I've done is we don't need to go out to 52.9%. Why don't we just go to, let's just make everything even. Let's just do 50%, and let's do 5% between each grade. That increases the number of grades, provides the opportunity. As departments grow, or not even, they don't even really have to grow. What if the department has worker 1 and 2, but then there's no other opportunity for the workers in that department to advance their careers? Well, perhaps that department director comes forward and wants to create a worker 3 level. So maybe you have a worker 1, a worker 2, and a worker 3 level. That's a career ladder. This plan doesn't provide that kind of opportunity. This plan, without growing the workforce, all you're doing is creating opportunities. This plan creates that playing field for those kinds of future opportunities. So my recommendations: move from your current pay plan to the one that we just looked at. And then, just like we looked at the police officer, based on all of that analysis, is going to move my recommendation moves to grade 19. So my recommendation for each of your positions, based on that market-supported data, place each of your positions in those market-supported pay grades. And then I'll talk a little bit about this time in position model. This is a model that has numerous benefits, could have numerous uses. It merely is a plan that is broken up into factors of position along the pay grade. And in the one I'm recommending, an employee's salary would reach the midpoint of their salary grade range in their 10th year in their current position. So this gets into that recruitment, retention area. The positions need to be in those best fit pay grades that put you in the best market competitive position that you can be in. This one is more in the retention. An employee comes to work here, and with this plan in place, and Drew and Chancellor will spend more time talking about that, this provides for movement along the pay grade range. And back to the bell curve, that employee salary would reach that midpoint or that highest point of that bell curve in their 10th year. Now, I'll throw in the fiscally responsible part. The pay plan puts you in a competitive position. The advancement of salaries along the pay grade range after that employee comes to work is the retention part. They have opportunities. Now, this is assuming that they're performing their job, they're doing all of the things that are necessary. But you have a number of very long-serving employees, and to be fiscally responsible in putting this plan together without harming that competitive market position, one of the recommendations is that no individual employee would receive an increase greater than $4,000. So every employee is included in this, and the position was included in this. But to make today's presentation fruitful, these things come into play, and no individual employee would receive an increase greater than $4,000.
David, that's unless they have to get to the minimum of the salary range, right?
They would come to work at the minimum.
So some might.
Well, yes. Now, the other benefit of that is it provides that model that if the chief were considering an officer with 5 years of excellent, relevant experience, that model also provides that opportunity to look and say, okay, an employee with 5 years of experience in our pay grade range would come to work at this point. So that provides that opportunity for the chief to have that discussion. Okay, I've got this officer with 5 years of experience based on that model that we're adopting. That officer could come to work at about this salary, would not have to start.
Or also current employees that need to get to the minimum of the
Yes.
salary.
So current, and that's where these costs come in. So for current employees, we took a look at not only their employment date, how long they've been working here, but how long they've been in their current position. And each employee has a recommendation regarding the salary adjustment based on that time in their current position. The salaries cost of that would be $495,000. And then you've got about 25% of FICA, retirement, 401k, those payroll associated costs. So the total cost would be about $618,000.
That's pay on line, right?
Yeah.
That goes
It is completely countywide. And David, let me ask this question. Drew, are you gonna pick it up from here on the last slide, or?
Well, first I want to see if y'all have any questions for Dave.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand with the $4,000 cap. So like picking a pay scale, we're looking at grade 19. So the minimum is 48,401. The midpoint is 60,502. And you're saying establish employee salaries utilizing the 10-year time and position model with $4,000 cap. What does that mean? So once they hit the 60,000, go no higher than $4,000?
No.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm not sure.
Good question. Thank you. What we're talking about here is implementation of steps. Like you were talking about a plan. So view everything I'm saying here today as the first step. The mayor had said to me, I don't care what the cost is, let's fix whatever needs to be fixed. With being fiscally responsible, he did not say that to me. So when we start talking about cost, how can we implement this plan? Maintain the town, or get the town to that market competitive position. And then look at individual employees. And then along that scale, determine where their salary should go. So you do have some positions that moved up. Police officer is going to move up from a grade range with a minimum of 41,000 and 48,000. So every employee, there are some exceptions with that 4,000. An employee still would have to move up to the new minimum. So if I'm a brand new police officer and I'm earning $42,000, the new minimum for police officer now is 48. So the next brand new police officer that comes to work is going to come to work at $48,000. I'm already here. I'm already 42, so I'm going to get a $6,000 increase. But all that's going to do is get me to the new minimum. Which means that next brand new officer that comes to work is going to work on the same time. So then based on years in current position, this first step is to put that plan in place to aggressively get employees to the midpoint.
To catch them up.
To catch them up. Okay. In the next step, perhaps, would be advancement beyond the midpoint. So this current plan, again, that first step, is being at least the time that they've been in the position to get them to at least the midpoint. And again, with the first step, the model does not take that. Now, there are some employees whose salaries are already above the midpoint. They're not going to get a salary reduction. There's no salary reductions in any of this. But the 4,000 would be, okay, I've been in my position 10 years. And my salary is 5,000 below where it should be. And the mayor had said, we'll spend whatever it's going to take to fix everything. I'm going to get a $5,000 adjustment. We had to put the cap in there to make all of it work. So I could have come in here with a price tag that was $1.6 million instead of $600,000.
Easy one, isn't that easy?
Mr. Mayor,
1 minute, 1 minute, Commissioner Lake, I'll give you as soon as Commissioner Squall is finished.
So essentially, like with that $4,000 getting them up to, and that'll be the purview of the leadership if they want to change his pay grade, correct?
With the pay grade, you're gonna go to what he's recommending.
But I'm talking about like the positions, like, not, like, yeah.
So I could, if I get a guy from, say, Fayetteville coming over, and he's got 10 years, I can look at, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, right? I might be able to simple, I might be able to look and say, hey, I can start him at the, 52 or whatever, in order to get him to where he needs to be. The 4,000 cap is for people that are already in that pay grade. So we might have to move people up to get them to the minimum, but the people that are already past the minimum, like David said, they might have to get if we had infinite budget, they might have to get a $6,000 raise to get to the midpoint. But they're gonna cap those people at 4,000. So they're the ones that kind of not get the short end of the stick, but in order to make it work, we'll get a little less of a raise than the people we need to get to the minimum. But the leadership part of it is starting people at higher salaries is when, if I can take experience into consideration so that we can recruit people that are our experience and put them where they need to be within our pay scale instead of starting them at the minimum.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that correct?
Thank you.
And just as an example, we are capping, a lot of them are being capped at 4,000, but they're still gonna hit, if the new minimum amount for their salary is higher than the 4,000, then they are getting more than that. They have to be at least at that minimum.
But just to give you some example, they can count that and everybody, if we didn't put the caps, we're probably looking at double or more than double of what this cost was. So we're trying to figure out the conservative way of doing it, where you address the issues within some type of way to keeping it within a certain range.
The first proposal we had was without the cap, and it was a staggering. Commissioner Lake, you've got
thank
the
you,
mic.
sir. With this pay study, the increases that's possible, will it make it more attractive for a person looking for work to come here and fill out an application because they pay more? Because people go where the money's at, we all know that. So what kind of answer do you have for that?
Well, I hope I have a great one. This does not put you in the greatest position. This puts you in the best position
You mean as a town?
as a town. I'm a brand new police officer now. Again, I just finished my $800 certificate. I now can come to work here at $48,000. So the next time the chief has a vacancy, that announcement goes out, you're probably going to get more applicants, you're probably going to get better applicants applying for work here.
I know the chief watches out for that stuff, gets the best that he can get off of the street. That's same as the rest of our staff and departments too. I know Parks and Rec goes through a lot of employees every year. But I think that's just people who want to check and don't want to work. They just want to check. So I was wondering if you thought that would help build our bank of applications up because of the difference in pay.
For most positions, it will. Again, following up Dr. McCrae's comments, the applicant pool nationwide for police, fire, emergency services will, for whatever the forecasted future would be, you're still going to have limited applicants for certain positions. But if you better position yourself with the pay, then you are going to come closer to having those fewer applicants from knocking at your door.
Thank you. I don't know if it's on or not.
Any other comments for David? No? Okay, David, I've got one. During the budget retreat process, a lot of information is informational to the board. Also, during our process, action may be taken on any of the information that's presented to the board. With that said, I would like to ask the board to look at the slide of the current pay plan and the proposed pay plan. As we know, David started the pay plan discussion back in October. And the board at that point, which was Mayor Pro Tem Craig, Commissioner Squalla, Commissioner Marley, Commissioner Legg, and Commissioner Mitchell, approved the pay study to start in October to get us to where we are today. I think there's several key pieces and parts that we need to look at, and this is probably the very first one. And it's the recommendation from David. If you look at his following slide, it says implement recommended pay plans. And I'm going to ask if the board would like to make a motion and a second to approve the presented pay plan that's on that screen today.
I would
Mayor,
make
I
that
would like to
motion.
make a motion to implement the pay study and the pay study and the increase the salary for the year 2025. I said it right. For the year 2025 for all employees, I would like to make a recommendation that we accept the pay study and the costs associated with the pay study.
I'll
That's
second
my
that.
motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, could we separate them?
You want to separate them?
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Let's
want.
do this one first, and then Bruce will talk about
Okay,
the
so I'd
money.
just like to, I'd like to amend my motion to accept the proposed pay plan that the, study has presented, that was presented in the study.
I would amend my second to reflect what the mayor pro tem said. I
Okay,
can't remember
so
all her words.
we have a motion, we have a second to approve the implementation of the proposed pay plan as presented by David Hill from the pay study. Is there any more discussion before we call for the vote? Anybody else? Okay. All right, motion made, second. All in favor? Seeing none opposed? Thanks, David. We have a proposed pay plan that's approved. Now we can go to the money piece,
All right, let's
which is
do this.
terrific. Yeah, great.
So we don't have to stop in the middle. Let's take our 20-minute break, and then we'll come back, we'll talk about how to fund it.
Okay, there we
How about
go.
that?
That's good. All right.
All right, we'll start that at 10:32. We'll clean that up as you go. Let's do it.
Tell me when to stop. Which one was it?
Just leave that.
Oh.
You good? All right, we'll bring our meeting back to order. All right, Drew.
All right, before I pass it over to Drew, definitely wanted to talk about, now we're gonna get into the best part of it, the implementation of what you guys just approved in terms of the basic recommendation. And throughout this entire, process, we wanted to take as a conservative of approach as we could, to be fiscally responsible. And the $1 million question was, how do we implement this in a way that fits within our budget while addressing the issue? And we also have to understand this 618,000, not just one drop in the bucket. This is annual. This is every single year. So we definitely wanted to take that conservative approach that kind of goes into Commissioner Scarola's question about the $4,000 cap and things of that nature. But Don will get into this a little later in the agenda with his presentation, but I want to give you guys some numbers. I think it's what, 11 or 13 different residential developments under construction on the books right now. And Don is indicating that we're going to look at about a 33% growth just in the next few years. And the one thing people need to understand is with that increase in growth, because if you recall, we had a 17% increase in growth a few years back, which was a record. With that increase is going to come an increase in services. And so that's why we're here. And so I'll pass it over to Drew, but I wanted to kind of set the tone in terms of what we're trying to do here. I do think that we achieved the goal on addressing the compression issues, addressing the salary issues in terms of making us more competitive. But Drew will kind of go into detail about what we're going to have to do to implement this program.
Okay, I'm just gonna go up here. Appreciate y'all approving the pay study. Now, as you said, we gotta figure out how we're gonna pay for this stuff. So, first of all, look at, I'm gonna use some of David's slides here. Here, we'll use the example of an officer. As you see, officers going up from what was the starting pay of $41,900 to $48,400. Now remember, this starts July 1. To have our pay grade, what y'all just accepted, will begin July 1. So in doing that, that is more than a 4,000 cap for all the police officers that they're starting pay. So that's at least for a regular police officer, that's an increase. Let me find it. Roughly $6,462 average for a police officer that's going up above the cap. You saw that $618,000 number that David gave for the total of this. And then on top of that, we're looking at, in order to keep this going, a 2% cost of living with next year's budget for the full year, not starting in December, starting at July 1. So as I said earlier in the past, we've had a COLA near or at 2%, but we started as of January 1 to save, like I said, 6 months worth of salary and benefits for that amount. So if we were to implement the pay study July 1 with the 2% COLA, we're not doing both because the new pay plan already institutes what it's going to be July 1. But not every employee is getting an increase with the pay study. There's about 20 some odd employees whose salaries are where they're supposed to be. So they're not getting anything. For an example, there's about 4 officers that the chief has hired, what was it, back in October? They're already at a higher rate. Those officers aren't getting anything because they're where they're supposed to be in the pay plan. So the rest of them are. So those 4 aren't getting anything, but July 1, they'll still get the cost of living adjustment, as well as all the other employees that aren't getting anything with the pay study. So that 2% will be across the board for all employees that aren't getting something with the pay study, or they're getting the higher of the two. There's a few employees, maybe about 4 or 5, where the 2% cost of living is more than what they were going to get in the pay study. So they're getting the higher of the two. So when we put the 2% cost of living, adding it to David's amount, we're getting a total pay study and 2% cost of living, $671,000. That includes benefits. So the sheet that I gave you earlier by itself, this sheet here, that gives you a breakdown of property taxes and the benefit that we get if we were to raise property taxes. So if you see 4 cents a tax is $556,000, 1 cent being equal to $139,000. 5 cents a tax is $695. So we need for full implementation of the pay study and the full year of cost of living, $671. It's closest to the 5 cents. It roughly comes out to be 4.9 cents if we're talking about it in terms of property tax. And remember, salary and benefits is ongoing. It's not just a one and done. It's not like a capital project or buying a piece of equipment. It's ongoing, indefinitely. And then on top of the ongoing, each year, if we plan on doing the cost of living, 2% or more each year, and the merit in the spring of each year, that's usually between 2 and 3% as well. We try to give an employee's the opportunity to get as close to 5% as possible in an annual year. So those are ongoing as well. So in order to be able to fund that, not only for next year, but every year after, a tax increase is the most viable option for funding this. And if you see on the sheet that we handed out, 5 cents a tax is roughly $700,000, right? $695. And then I looked up, according to Zillow, the average price of a home in Hope Mills is $234,000. So a 5 cent tax increase on a $234,000 home, the monthly increase for that is $9.76 every month. And then some homes that are just below that, a $200,000 home, that monthly increase at a 5 cent tax increase would be $8.33 a month. A higher value home, $350,000, that monthly increase at 5 cents would be $14.58. So that's with how taxes stand right now. It's the council's option how they want to fund this. You just approved it to work it into next year's budget. That's what's more than likely going to be recommended as some type of tax increase. As I said, it translates to $4 or 4.9 cents is what it actually comes out to be. So 5 cents would cover the whole thing for all the employees. And with your regular growth in tax each year, that should absorb the 2% COLA ongoing and the merit for future years. So it's a one-time tax increase that will take care of this as an ongoing basis. Now I was just going to see if the council had any questions on that.
What's our current tax? How much we're currently paying?
Our tax rate
Yes.
is 46 cents. That would bring it up to a penny. 51 cents.
What about the 1.8 million? We just.
The sales tax deficit?
I mean, does this, what you're showing us here with the property tax information and the tax rate, does that do anything to touch that 1.8?
Okay, here, that's getting away from the pay study, but I can get into that now if you want to.
I was just wondering, because it's on the bottom of that sheet, it was referenced.
Right.
I'm just curious if this is going to do anything to that.
It doesn't have anything, the 5 cents for the pay study has nothing to do with the 1.8. But I'll get into that in a little while.
And true, correct me if I'm wrong, if we don't do the tax increase, if we don't do the tax increase, I think that 670,000 comes out the general fund, that's gonna add to that 1.8. I think that's ultimately what you're asking. And so with this plan that
Okay.
he's recommending, this would not increase the 1.8.
Right. If we don't do any type of tax increase, and we have to pull this $695,000 out of our, general fund, well, one that's less for operations, the rest of the operations, yeah, we've paid our staff, but now we have less money to do other stuff with. We probably have to do more of a, appropriation from fund balance than I'm comfortable with. And I don't want to use fund balance, we don't want to use our reserves for operations. We already did some of that with the current year's budget, that was not recommended, but we did it anyways, so we're doing it. So in essence, what would happen is you would be pretty much starting in the hole, let's just say $700,000. And then that would be this year coming up. Then the next year, we've got the 1.8 to come up with. So now we're in the hole 2.5 million that we have to come up with over the course of 2 budget years. And then the next year too, not only is it the 700 from this year, it's 700 next year and the 1.5. So you've got 2.5 plus the 700, that's 3.2 million less in funds for things for the town in just 2 budget years that we've got to come up with.
Yeah,
I don't have the funds to come up with that outside of the tax increase.
So I guess what I'm saying is, I want everybody that's listening today, I want everybody to understand, just like you explained it, where we're at, and why we're looking at a tax increase, is, that was a good explanation of why it's needed. Not only for personnel, for recruitment, retention, to keep our services where they are now, to be able to maintain the, I just felt it was important that the citizens of the town know what shortfalls we're still looking at. And also, as Dr. McCray said, even if we did a 5% increase, I think we'd still be the lowest tax rate in Cumberland County. So,
I think currently Fayetteville's at like 50 point something, so we'd be right there even with Fayetteville.
thank you for the explanation.
I would like to say I am, for the 5% tax increase. I think it is hard to get employees. I think you can get employees, but to get good quality employees and to retain them, we've already voted to go along with the pay study. The way that I understand it is, moving our current scale will put us in a good position for a while. So I feel like if we go ahead and do the 5% tax increase, we won't have to keep bringing this up year after year. And I am not a proponent for pulling money out of your fund balance to balance your budget. I do not think that is responsible of us as elected officials to operate our town like that. As a citizen of the town, I don't want my services cut. I will want good quality services and amenities and things to enjoy in my community, and I'm willing to do it for a 5% tax increase. So that's just my opinion. And so I don't think a lot of the citizens were very vocal, when we had to meet with the police officers, I think back in January and February, the ones that were present, where they understood how much your services can actually be cut and reduced when you don't have the number of employees and you're not able to retain the employees that you have. So we saw that on that bill curve, that we get employees, but we don't really retain them. So I think for me, I would want the 5% tax increase, so we don't have to keep doing it. I've been on the board 4 years, not longer than some people here, but every year we bring it up, keep kicking the can down the road. But I would just rather do the 5% tax increase, put the town in a very healthy position, and then hopefully we won't have to have this conversation again for 7 years.
I'm another pickup.
It's going down.
We're talking about all the increases that it's gonna cost us and cost us No one has talked about the future revenue that's coming in with the county revaluation. We don't know how much that's gonna be. And, and you've already said in the next few years, we're gonna be increasing 33% in growth. So how many homes is that gonna be? How much additional tax revenue are we getting in election?
I'll let Drew answer the tax revenue piece, but what Donna's talking about in terms of these increased staff we're gonna need to provide those services. We're talking about a 30% increase. I think he said about 2,100 hours that we're projecting over the next few years. Something that Mr. Marley spoke about is phase one is what can we do to, as Mr. Hill said, this is not getting us above the market. This is getting us to the market. Dollinger actually brought it up at some of our meetings in terms of police, and he's already having a pool of detectives, which means that if something happens, there's a major crime at your home, the detectives that would be on the force to look into that, they're now being pulled off because we don't have the amount of staff. But what he said is that it hit me the hardest. He said that right now, without this, the only police officers we're able to get are the best of the worst. But something Commissioner Marley said is, like I said, implementation of the study gets us to the market. There's two words that you're gonna hear us say constantly: recruitment and retention. This is a recruitment tool, but you're also gonna hear us start talking about our benefit packages on how we keep employees. And Mrs. Strong brought it up, and she asked us in the break a question that she didn't realize we were already talking about. If you're a female on our staff, Rowena is actually an officer that we just lost because she's having to burn her ethanol link. She's pregnant. We don't have maternity leave. And so there are a lot of different things we're talking about doing in addition to the pay study that will not hit the general fund, but will make it much more attractive for you to be an employee once we do actually recruit you. But before I give it to Drew about the revenues and things of that nature, we do have a revaluation coming. But if we actually pull all of this out of the general fund, we're just increasing the amount of money it's gonna get sucked into the reval, as opposed to coming up with a strategy that ensure that we only are dealing with the 1.8.
Now, we just sat here and settled the payroll, settled the salary increases and that. I understand that, but we settled that. We don't pay that. We're gonna pay that. We've got to take into consideration how much is the tax revaluation gonna be.
Okay, I'm gonna get
And
into
then
that.
when that comes in, if it doesn't, at that time next year, we can look and raise taxes. I just don't think we ought to jump the gun this year. And I know next year is re-election. I don't have a problem with that, for paying, a tax increase next year. It doesn't bother me. And that's what's happened over the years, and y'all know it. And it should have been, if you're gonna do it last year. But I don't think we ought to jump the gun, just like we waited until we got our pay study done. We didn't jump and give the police department all they were asking for it that night. We said, no, we're gonna wait on this pay scale. I think we ought to wait to see what the revaluation is gonna come up with.
Okay, the reval is not this budget year, it's the next budget.
I understand that.
And like I just said earlier with Marley's question, is if we wait another year, we're gonna be 3.2 million in the hole by just waiting 1 year. If we go ahead and do the tax increase to cover this with this budget year, that covers the 700 for the pay study and the cost of living going forward. And for next year, the reval and all the other growth that we're gonna have is gonna have to help us out with this 1.8 million deficit that we're gonna get from sales tax. And I'm fixing to show you how the reval works. The growth of the town that Chancellor was talking about, the growth, what that does is it winds up paying for itself. So when we have to add new police officers, when we have to add firefighters, when we have to add Parks and Rec, and public works employees, and inspectors, and those sorts of things, that's what that growth pays for. The growth of the town with, as far as town hall and employees, works coincide with the growth of the town as far as residential and commercial and development and those sorts of things. So we can't rely on future growth to pay for a pay study that we need now today. Because even though it's projected we're gonna have, say, a 33%, it's not guaranteed. We can have a recession at any time. We don't know when that's gonna happen. The other thing that happens is, with the inflation now, fuel costs and everything else is going up. It also has to cover that. When we talk about our residents are paying more for groceries and different things, well, guess what? The town has to pay extra for everything that we do as well. It's not just for residents. Our town costs go up the same percentage. So let me show you how the reval works. I was going to get into this more with the bond discussion, but that's coming up in just a few minutes anyways. Okay, revenue neutral.
Any comments?
Sir,
Hold on.
He can go ahead.
Do you have any comments?
Drew, when the evaluation on the residence comes,
Uh-huh.
how are we gonna handle that?
That's what I'm fixing to talk about right now.
You ready to talk about that?
Good.
Okay, and then I think Commissioner Marley wants to make a comment. Before you get going, Drew, I think we've got some more comments.
Okay?
We're switching up. I think we're changing direction. That's all right.
So I just wanted to add to the discussion too, the last time we were in here, we had delegates, and we had that, meeting, and, you know, we're pretty much laying out some requests for funding. The only thing that sticks in my mind that I kept hearing from everyone, and the first question was, what is the town doing to help yourself? You know, they don't mind listening to our requests and our wants and our needs, but they wanted to know what we were doing on the front end and how we were gonna, and the tax question was even asked in that meeting by our representatives, you know, when was your last tax increase? So that's something we gotta look at too. If we wanna keep, you know, asking for these funds and requesting funds, and, you know, I do think we need to help ourselves a little bit too. So I just wanted to make that comment and let everybody know that those questions were asked of us.
Okay?
Okay, y'all ready?
All right, Drew.
Okay. All right, now this is a bunch of number stuff, but this is what I do. Okay, so what you have here, this is the schedule that the LGC puts out for reval. Now, these dates are part of the schedule that I can't change, so just disregard that. But what this is it's the last 5 years of budgets. So this goes back to, this should be 17-18, the last time we had a reval. And then the other dates forward. So put our tax value for each year for the last 8 years since the last revaluation. You get the percentage growth in each year. You take the average growth over the last 18 years. So what I've done for next year, this will be the 24-25. That's the 25-26. So what I've done was I just took the average to do next year's, because what I'm using right now is still not completed. So to plug in what it's actually going to be, I use the 2.15. And then I put in a factor of 10% growth from 1 year to that. Just say our new valuation is a 10% increase than where we are right now. Okay, so that would put us at 1.35. Okay, so we've got our average is a 2.15. There's our current tax rate. That's how much money we get. So the reval, and you're required to post what is your revenue neutral rate. So what gives you the same amount of money on property taxes at a lower tax rate? So if our new value is that 1.3 at 46 cents, the previous year we made 5.39. So at the new 1.3, 40 cents gets us the same exact amount. But you factor in the growth rate, because we don't want to go to the same amount and not count what our regular growth is. So we factor in our growth rate for the last 8 years. So 40.8 will give us 550. That's an increase in tax levy of $11,580. That's just in value. So 40 cents is our revenue neutral rate. So it would drop from 46, well, really, we can round up to 41. From 46 to 41, that's 15-cent drop in tax rate. So then we can say, well, what do we want our new rate to be going forward? So if we say we want our new rate to be, say, 40 cents, that's technically a 5-cent tax increase, but we're going to get that times whatever the new rate is. Right now it's 139,000 for each one. I've got it written down over here. So if we do this, where are my tax rates? Anyway, it was close to $200,000 per penny at that rate. So then 5 cents at that time is $1 million at $200,000. And then that would cover not only the sales tax shortfall, or a lot of it, but then all the other things that we're looking at doing in the future as well. But we can't wait to do it that year, because like I said earlier, if we don't do it this year, that's $700,000 that we're in the hole. Next year, we're down that same 700 plus the sales tax. Now we're down 3.2. So that's going to take 15 cents. We'd have to leave it at the 46 cents just to break even. And essentially, that's a 15-cent tax increase on your residents to use the revow and the new value of the town. That's not what we want to do. We're trying to be, what is the word? Responsible, budget responsibly, tax responsibly, use our revenues responsibly. This is the most responsible way to do it. So you do 5 cents now, and then with the revow, we can figure out how much do we want to use for that. It could be 3 cents, it could be 5 cents, it could be 8 cents. But then that's how the revow is calculated in.
Yep.
Commissioner Marley said that we had, what our representative Sandra told us. We also had our senator, and we had another house member that said, I don't suggest you raise taxes this year. And you heard the senator saying right there in Yellowstone. And so why would they say, oh yeah, you should raise taxes, when they tell us, we don't suggest that you raise taxes this year?
Okay.
We mentioned to them, I'm not for sure who showed them the numbers that, of how much it was gonna cost, I can't remember. They're not sitting here dealing with this. It's easy for you to say, don't raise your taxes this year. You're not here on the day in and day out with these employees that you're not retaining. And they're not sitting here faced with these numbers. To me, it's easy for you to say that when you're not in the municipality and you're not dealing with the issues that we're dealing with. We got an inspections person that is also a receptionist. We've sat here year after year. We can't give people a position because it's a card that goes along with the position that we can't pay for. It was a couple of years people needed equipment, 20-year equipment that we couldn't replace because we didn't have enough money. We should not be operating like that as a municipality.
I'd just like to add to that too. I just want everybody to know, a little history. My first year on the board, 12 years ago, when I first came on the board, this is one of the first things we did. We had to raise the tax rate 4 cents. Because the town had put itself in a hole, kind of like we are now. And like, what people don't realize is a previous board, I don't know exactly when it was done, but a previous board had actually lowered the tax rate in the town 4 cents to, I believe it was 42 cents, and it put the town in such a hole that we had to raise it back up to 46 cents just to break even, as Drew said. And that's all we've been doing for the last, we ain't even been breaking even for the last 12 years, if you want to know the truth. So, in saying that, the town really hasn't raised or increased its tax rates in I don't know how many years. Because the last increase we had just brought us up to where we were previously. So, I don't, that's just a little history of how we got here. So we're just, to me, we're just continuously going in the hole.
But we,
I want to hear what she has.
no,
You good?
I'm good.
Everybody good?
Mayor. Matt. Where do we stand on improvements like the county kicked in the town hall?
John's gonna get to that this afternoon.
Don does have it fixed out in the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
I would like to add too, now that we've approved at least, move forward with the pay study recommendations. If you recall, one of the main things that we were talking about with this pay study was, what it would cost to pay our first responders now. With the amount that Drew and David brought out, 618,000, 670,000, there's also an amount, that you can get to that it would cost to pay our first responders before July. That would not add to that, that will actually subtract from that, at least from the amount that it would take for this fiscal year implementation, but I'd like you to speak to that.
Right. It wouldn't actually subtract from it.
Before you get into that, Drew, really
Okay.
quick, I just have a comment. I think it would be, helpful for the board. I mean, I understand this was coming, but if we had Don talk first about what his needs, definite needs are, and all the other departments tell us their needs of, we need this, we need this. Then you tell us the tax increase, that would be more, easier to bear, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, we did that in January,
Yeah, but,
so we didn't think we wanted to hit it again.
yeah, I mean, sometimes people need to hear that.
I think what Commissioner Stroller is talking about in terms of services. It's one thing for us to talk about needs of, budget dinner, but I think what she's saying is she wants to hear from Kenny talk about the number, and I know, because I talk to him all the time, the god-awful amount of inspections that they have to do, the number of inspectors they have.
Tell us all the bad parts before you tell us the worst part.
Because if we're talking about 2,000 houses, that's 2,000 trash cans. 2,000. That's just the trash can, that's not, everything else. So, like I said, we're talking about, the chief already telling us today that they're having to pull the detectives off. So I think that's what Commissioner Chirola, is talking about. And I think it's a pleasure to the board, maybe, to let some of our department heads speak to
We'll do that after lunch. Yeah. We'll have more time then. Okay, I did find my budget sheet. That scenario there is a 15% growth in the town. So if it comes out that our value has increased 15% with the rebound, that's what that shows. And at that point, 1 cent would be $151,000. So it would take, the 1.8 million, it would take 12 cents to cover the 1.8 at that rate. If we're doing it all with property tax. That's only if we were covering the whole thing with property tax. So the taxes would drop from 46 cents down to 40. And then if we wanted to cover the entire sales tax drop, that would bring it back to 41. That would be, 53 cents. Yeah, would be our tax rate if we wanted to cover the whole thing with, for the sales tax. So that's what that shows. Okay, so if we were to implement public safety, police and fire now, remember, these rates would still carry over into next year. What we'd have to do is a budget amendment in the current year to cover this. It would be, police would be 66,000, actually 67,1, because you got animal control there, and then fire would be 39,5, for a total of $106,611. That would cover from, if we would start the next pay period through the end of the budget year. So this would only cover April, May, and June. This is 3 months' salary for police and fire for the current year. That's salary and benefits. And what that would do is, that would bring them up to the maximum of the pay study. That would bring them up to the pay study amount less than 2% that we're planning to do with the July 1 COLA. So they would still get their COLA July 1, but what they would get currently would be what the pay study recommends, less that 2%, and then they would get that July 1 with the rest of the staff. That was the fairest way to do it. They'd get full. Then what would happen, they wouldn't get anything July 1, and this number would be a lot higher. So that's what would happen to the budget if we wanted to implement police and fire now.
Okay, thanks, Drew. Okay, now it's back to us.
What's gonna happen to the rest of our employees?
They would get their increase July 1, as the pay study recommended.
Okay. There's two things we're not doing, I don't think we're doing today. Excuse me. One of them is I don't think we're approving a property tax increase today. That's
That would
going to be in June.
implemented and recommended with next year's budget.
That, when our budget is presented for next year, we present it to the full board, the first meeting in May. That's where the property tax increase recommendation will be. So we're not doing any property tax increase today. What we are looking at is we've just approved the implementation of a new pay study plan effective 1 July. The next item is to pay for that beginning 1 July, and that amount is $671,000. Correct? Drew?
Yep.
So, I have a motion and a second and discussion on approving the $671,000.
That will be recommended next year's budget.
So we're gonna do that in June?
That'll be part of the budget.
Yeah, it'll be part of next year's budget, yeah.
Right.
So the only thing you have to approve
Now would be if you want to implement,
the first responder pay, that's the only thing that you do.
Right, it's only, you don't wanna approve the 671?
well, you'd be approving something in next year's budget that doesn't exist yet.
Okay,
So if you want to implement police and fire now, the cost would be $106,000, roughly around up to 625, 106, 625.
And what I want to make sure that we make clear, this is just a portion of the pay study recommendation for first responders. So this is not an additional amount of money. It's just the pay study that you recommended approval for to start July 1. This would be their portion of it.
It would just be implemented early.
I got that. It's just, we're looking at next year's budget. I just wanted to make sure that 671 didn't hit the wayside.
No, that would be included in the recommendation for next year's
Just
budget.
wanted to make sure that didn't go away, because I look at them in concert. I look at the proposed pay plan in concert along with the implementation cost of that. Hand in glove, pretty much to say.
Right.
And of course, this year, we're looking at $106,650. So, any discussion?
So we're approving a budget amendment.
We're gonna approve a budget amendment of $106,650 for public safety for the next 3 months.
I'll make the motion that we go ahead and approve the 106.
Implement early.
Implement early the 106, 650 for the first responders.
I'll second that.
You can call it budget amendment number 19.
Budget amendment number 19, implementation of early pay study amount for public safety in the amount of $106,650. We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have discussion before we call for the vote?
I really don't think we ought to give any department right now and ignore the rest of our departments. What are they gonna think? We're giving it to some, we're not giving it to the others. Why can't we wait and give it all to them July the 1st? That would come out of our next budget.
How many
That's my
officers,
opinion.
but how many officers has chief, how many officers has chief lost this year?
Before he left, I think he said he's down to 31.
And we're supposed to have 55 for the
Yes,
population.
and I wanna make sure that clear, the entire conversation that we've had since we actually, started discussing about the pay study was a plan to pay our first responders first and cover, because I wanna actually, commend Commissioner Martin, because when I first brought this to the previous board, one of the first things he said was, he said, it's not fair to pay first responders if you don't cover the rest of your staff. So at the very beginning, we always talked about implementing this for everyone. But there is a much more dire situation for first responders. So my understanding of the entire discussion of the pay study was to cover increases for everyone, but to determine how much it would cost to pay our first responders now. That's been my understanding of this discussion.
And I hope staff, I'm not saying I value or don't value any of your services as much as I do with first responders. I just feel like we're not the same. I feel like that's your house is on fire. You need to put that fire out first, and we'll go back and implement everybody else July 1. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that I don't, because I understand for a town to operate, everybody's positions is important. So I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that is your house that's on fire right now. You need to put, I don't think we can afford to wait. So as a citizen, not an elected official, I don't feel safe when you tell me you gotta take one of your detectives out and put them on patrol because you don't have enough police officers to protect. That does not make me feel safe as a citizen. So I'm not saying that I don't value everybody. Again, I feel like all pieces of the part work together to make the whole operate. I just feel like they are in a different position right now. We have a nationwide, not a county, not a municipality, there's a nationwide shortage of police officers and firefighters, and I do believe that we need to respond to that need now.
I agree with Dr. McCracken said, you know, just in the time from me approving the pay study, just from the staff here, they're excited. They know it's coming. I agree. First responders need to be first. They're the ones that are in the dirt. You know, the perfect time, everyone else will get their pay right around summertime, so it'll be great for them too. So, but first responders, they're the bread and butter of safety. So I think we need them first.
Coming back. Anybody else?
It's in my mind, and I wonder what the other employees might think about being put off to another later date. I mean, we put them in a situation where they're having to wonder if we're gonna take care of them or not. And that is our job to watch out for them. Chief Luke passes back here, Chief Young was busy this morning, Don's here, Kenny's here. What are they gonna think when they walk out that door? What are they gonna think when they walk out that door and they say, we got nothing out of all this? So, I don't really want to leave here with any hard feelings with anyone because we didn't take care of all of them at the same time. I mean, look how many people in Marco's got over there. How many Don's got, and Beth, and so forth and so on. But I'm serious, I just think if we're gonna do this, we need to do it all at the same time. Whether it be July or March or whatever. I think we ought to do it at the same time. I'm sorry, I went on the region.
Mr. Mayor, I think
Yeah, pass it down. Any of the staff has any comments?
So I'm just gonna respond to what you said, Commissioner Legg. I'm Stormwater Department, there's only 2 of us. Everybody loves a raise. Obviously, everybody could use one, but I can tell you that probably every other department that's sitting in this room today has to use our police department and our fire department on a regular basis for doing the things that we do. It's not that you're leaving us out. You have presented a plan and you all have approved a plan to move forward to take care of everybody. But to be fiscally responsible in that plan, they have to be phased, just like any of our projects. When we start a project, we're not presenting you with the $8 million project and that price tag to be paid all at once. We're giving you, hey, we're gonna put in a road first. We're gonna put in some storm drainage. This is no different than that. I don't think that anything that you all have said is leaving out anybody. It's encompassed everybody. But the immediate need and what we can afford right now is for the fire and police to be taken care of first. And that's just my opinion.
To answer your question from a public safety standpoint, the inspection department is the third one with public safety. So if anybody's got a gripe about this, it would be us, but we don't have it. I got really good individuals, I got great staff, and it's a process. And we understand that we're the tip of the spear on public safety. Buildings collapse, you'll get electrocuted, you'll kill, you know. But fire and police, we're all for it. Because we know that you're gonna be fair, and you're gonna be disciplined. And if y'all agree to pass that today for fire and police, that shows everybody else in a different perspective, say, hey, they're working on this, and they're gonna make it happen. And so, my folks, I can speak for my department, we're fine with it. We're fine, because we know that we're going to be taken care of down the road as we're taking care of the citizens. We got to get fire and police up and running first, and I agree with what you said. When guys on fire needs to be put out, if somebody's getting beat up or mud, they need help, you know, so absolutely. So there's no, in my department, like the best that I agree with you, so I don't think it's going to be a disdain or any animosity going forward, because we see for the first time in 13 years, you guys are trying to do something positive for us, and we appreciate it. And it's a phase, and it's a process. It can't happen all at once, you know. So, like you said, we all have personal incomes, and there's things you want to do in your life. Sometimes you got to phase it in, and that's what we're doing here, and we appreciate that. So.
You'll move around.
Well, I want to thank Beth and Kenny for giving their opinion on their department, and we appreciate that support. So right now, according to what the FBI recommends that we have for our town our size, we're 21 officers short, 21. Due to the authorized staffing level, which should be at 54 this year. Authorized staffing levels right now are 46. Out of that, we're 13 vacancies short. Yesterday, I was forced to take members out of my detective bureau and put them on the road to answer calls. That's how short we are right now. And that's the first step that I'll have to take, because as everybody said, when somebody dials 911, they expect police and fire to show up. Not that any of the other town departments aren't equally as important. They are, because nobody could run Hope Mills without those departments. But when they call 911, they want police and fire to show up. If we do not, I've been begging my officers to hang on. We've lost over 10 already at the request of the mayor and Deputy Mayor Mayor Pro Tem McRae and other board members, I begged my officers to hang on because that this was going to be approved at the beginning of the year. I have officers that are waiting for this to pass. If they have to wait till July, I'll probably lose 5 more. If that's the case, I'll have to shut down other divisions so that we have uniform officers to answer the calls. We are at a level right now that is, would be detrimental to the services that we could provide if I lost any more officers. So I respectfully request that you pass this budget amendment so that I don't lose any more people and we can start to recruit the officers that we need to continue to provide the level of service we do to home officers.
One of the things that a lot of the folks in this room heard me say is that you have to have a servant's heart to be successful at this job. And part of that includes sacrifice. And we understand that. And we know that right now, we have to be able to separate our wants from our needs. And we know that our needs fall within the fire and police department. We have to address that. We're fine with the proposal to go ahead and take care of the fire and police right now. You get no pushback from our department. We understand it. We understand the need. I do want to say one thing though that has to go back to the pay study thing, and we're talking about COLAs. And I'll say this is Don's opinion only. One of the reasons that we are sitting in this room in the position we are is because, and I'll take last year as an example, last year's federal COLA increase was 8.7%. Everybody in Social Security got 8.7%, the town got 1.5. The year before that, I think it was 5, we got 2. So every year, we do not match the COLA, we fall behind, and in another 12 years, if we don't fix that, we'll be sitting in this room having the same discussion. My opinion only.
I'm going to piggyback on what Beth was saying earlier. As a former code enforcement officer, I've been working for the town since 2009, and I've developed a pretty decent relationship with police and fire. Having to go out and do inspections on properties that are both vacant and occupied, I've had to call upon the police several times over the years, and if we are short that many officers, there's not going to be any available to assist in employees for their safety to do their job. So I feel like I can say from my standpoint and the code enforcement officers that we would be in full support of this, because as she's mentioned earlier, you changing it today gives us a promise that it's going to follow through July 1st.
Okay. From a Parks and Recreation standpoint, throughout the pay study, I've been transparent with my maintenance workers primarily. Because especially the maintenance ones, they're on the low end of the pay total. And so, for instance, we had a maintenance supervisor, and all of my maintenance ones applied for that maintenance in the effort to increase the salary. I gave them a little bit of solace in that we're doing a pay study and that we're going to take care of it. The only thing I asked, and the only thing that's keeping them at bay and satisfied, is that in July 1 it does happen, and that I'm able to keep my word. And if that's the case, they're fine with it. I've heard no, animosity or disagreement about the police department, fire department getting a raise, with the understanding that, hey, in July we're going to be taken care of. Us maintenance ones are going to get a pay increase, etc. So, and like I said, I've had conversations each time I met with Drew and the case study staff. I've gone back and the information that I could divulge to them, I told them what we're working on.
Okay. Got a comment?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Do we have,
should be on. I don't think we're cutting
Do
this off.
we have the funding to implement this sooner than July first?
For police and fire, yes. That's, I've got a budget amendment ready to go if y'all choose to approve.
I am ready to make a motion that we implement the pay study increase to the police and fire department, and then other town staff and workers, follow up in July.
Jerry, I
Make a motion.
already made that motion.
I second that.
Yeah, the motion's already been made and it was second. We were just in the discussion phase. And I think it's been a lengthy discussion. Before I call for the vote on the implementation motion before us, it is the general consensus of this board that we support the pay increase beginning 1 July in support of the proposed pay plan that we just approved. And I think that's the best that this board can offer all of our town employees, is that we're doing one phase today. The rest of it will come in 1 July, and the consensus of the board is to support that going forward. I do like one comment that I heard out of all of them, is Don's comment: if we're not careful about developing a strategy from this day forward, we're going to be back here in 12 years. You're spot on, Don. You'll be back here, we'll be back here 12 years doing this again. Okay? All in favor? Unanimous? None opposed? The motion carries.
Congratulations.
Who's taking me to lunch?
Quick break?
Yeah, we'll take you lunch. Yeah.
We want a break here, or?
I tell you what, before we get into the bond thing, let's go ahead and do lunch.
Yeah.
And then we get back, the bond, they weren't able to be here today, so I'm just gonna
let's
do
do
it pretty quick, and then we'll go into Parks and Rec, Public Works, and then if any other department has anything, we'll do that at the end.
For y'all's visual, I made maps that show all of the residential development and what they are, so that way when we have that discussion, you can see, what's growing.
Yeah, they're on the right there. Okay, with that, I'm gonna recess the meeting until after lunch.
And the lunch is in the base of the fire department.
I didn't know how you were gonna vote.
Thank you, Dave. It all worked out.
All two departments out there, you'll be good.
Oh, going that way?
All the departments are good out. We're doing something here today that,
I mean, I can, I know.
we're doing what's right. We all are we on mute?
Getting there.
I'm coming around there.
And you have something about that time, bro.
You got it right. All boards here.
All right, we're back on.
Back on?
Make it retroactive.
No, that's a marker.
Thank you.
Did you already have yours up?
Sweet.
There it is. Yep.
We good? Nope.
Where's the,
I think Lamar, go ahead.
Actually, we good? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call our meeting back to order. And Drew's up with, bond referendum information.
Okay. And stuff, the property tax stuff was boring, this is even more boring. From a financial aspect. Okay, so, pretty much what we need from the council is just to go ahead, to pursue this or not. What you're gonna see, the bond rate folks from Davenport, there are financial advisors for this. They put this presentation together. They had to be 2 other places today, so they didn't have anybody to come here, but I told them that's okay. I can hit the highlights because we don't have to make major decisions today. The main thing is to just show you where we're at now and get you a schedule, and then make sure that this is the action or the direction that we want to be headed. So with that, the overview, they could probably tell you more about this than I could, but pretty much, you know, once we do a referendum, we'll have to get a rating by one of the rating agencies, and hopefully we'll be in the A range. Not that there's anything wrong with the B, but it's always good to start with the A rating, whether it's a single or double. I don't know if we'd be in the range for AAA, starting off with our very first bonds, but that would be a wonderful thing if it were to happen. These are just the methodologies of how they arrive at some of that. So we don't really need to get into that. But here, our existing debt profile is where we're at. I showed you the debt schedule earlier of what we had, and pretty much this, there it is. This thing here is our current debt structure. If you look, most of it in this range is early debt, and then it tapers off. And then over time, if we were to do bonds, it would increase. So this is just a schedule showing our current debt. This is the payout ratio. It doesn't really fall into a lot of what we're doing now. The biggest thing now would be what this shows over time is we don't want to over leverage ourselves and get into too much debt. Like I said, we haven't had any new debt outside of this building, and the only debt that we plan on having is in 4 years we will have the 2 fire trucks that we purchased paid off, and then we'll start the next round of a 10-year loan on 2 more fire trucks. That was the plan, at least, that we want to stick with. So, but that is factored into this schedule here. Let me get to the next. Okay, it is this one. Okay, so this one showing our current debt. The biggest thing that we have right here, we're in this very strong category at this less than 8%. So if you look at our existing debt versus expenditures in the current fiscal year 24, we're at 4.96. Next year, when I told you we've got that large debt for this building, our total debt will be like 1.2 million. So that puts us at 7.19, which is still below 8%, which is a good debt percentage to have, less than 8%. So we're still in that very strong category, even with a higher balance that we've got next year. So this, I know it's hard to read, but it's our debt affordability analysis. And the main thing we want to get out of this one is, since next year's budget, our total debt is going to be just over 1.2 million for total debt. That is something that I think our budget can handle. It's about the maximum of what we can handle. Because again, if we weren't doing the pay study, we could cover most of our expenses that we had for next year. That's why if we do any type of tax increase, it's mainly to cover the pay study, because that's the only large new expenses that we're at. So without that, everything being equal, we're able to absorb at least a maximum debt payment of 1.2 each year. So this schedule is based on that. So right here, this column, that's the 1.2 maximum that we put on here. So what it shows is, here's our current debt. I know it's hard to read. This is the additional fire truck that's coming in 4 years from now. A new fire truck debt at about $268,000 each year. So then this number here is our total debt. From that 1.2, that leaves this amount here, which is roughly $266,000. That's not sustainable for a bond referendum. That would do, you know, some other small loans. Like I said, a 10-year loan on about 1.8 million for 2 fire trucks, that debt's 268. So this leaves about 266,000 for us. So then we get into our next scenario here, debt capacity. What can we afford? Okay, so we've got 3 scenarios here that we've run. We've done a 10 million GO bond, a 15, and a 20. So we did hypotheticals on each amount. So I'm gonna focus on the 15-year, scenario. So with this, here's your 10, here's your 15, and here's your 20 bond. So this one, principal would be 750,000, and then interest. So you're looking at payment of 1.5 million, and then each year it goes down. So bonds do level principal, not level payment. The difference of that is, if we get a loan through a bank or something along that line, usually it's going to be a level payment, where each year your principal gets higher and your interest amount gets lower, similar to your mortgage payment. It's the same amount each time you pay it, and every time you pay it, your interest gets less and the amount of the principal gets more. That's level payment. Bonds are level principal, where the principal amount does not change and the interest gets lower. So every year, your payment gets low of however that interest is going down. So it's level payment, level principal, not level payment. So this column here would be, this is the amount you're paying each year. Well, the first payment at $15 million bond is going to be 1.5 million. Well, we just said that our cap for debt is around 1.2. That's more than doubling how much debt our general fund can afford. So we go to this schedule here. We're sticking with the $15 million bond. That's this case 2 in the middle here. 15 million with interest. Over the life of that bond in 20 years, we're going to actually pay 22,875,000. That's principal plus interest. And then down here, they correlate it to the amount of tax. So if we were to add 6.7 cents in tax, we can pay this bond. So that's pretty much showing. And then the 10 million, same scenario is 3.6 cents. For 20 million, it's 9.9 cents. So it's pretty much letting us know that if the bond referendum passes, we're looking at almost a 7-cent tax increase in order to pay for that bond. Next options, that's just the LGC requirements that we'd have to go through. This is the different types of financing that you can do outside of a bond. And one thing that is good now, banks are doing loans again for 20 years. For the longest time, they wouldn't do more than 10-year loans for a while. And what makes a bank different from bond financing is that bonds would have a little bit lower interest rate. It's a lot more work in order to get the bond, but a bank loan would be a higher interest rate, but less cost to do it, and you don't have to get citizen vote, don't have to do a referendum to do a bank loan. It's just LGC approval and council approval. So banks are doing 20-year loans again. But the other thing with a bank loan is they need collateral. And we know one of our largest items that we want to do in a bond referendum is streets. 11 million for street repairs. A bank's not going to loan you money for streets. What's the collateral? They don't want a street. And a street to a bank is no value. But something like the senior center, that could be a bank loan. $6 million over 20 years. The building itself is the collateral. That could be something that goes through a bank loan instead of bond. So that is something we'll need to consider when we're setting up what are the projects that we want the bond to pay for. Okay, so here's the schedule. So right now, fall of 24, spring of 25 is pretty much, that's the capital planning process. We would do another debt capacity study just like this, but for capital planning, that's where we need to decide by the spring of next year, what do we want for the bond? If we say, okay, we want the 11 million for streets, and just say we're going to do the $15 million bond, okay, then that's 4 million for Parks and Rec, 11 for streets, or any type of increment that we want, but we have to be specific as to what is the dollars going towards. So if we say 11 million to streets, we know exactly what that is and the exact amount. If we say, okay, the other 4 million is Parks and Rec, what specifically is going to be the $4 million? and we want it tied to things, not just for one aspect of the town, because this is a bond referendum. People are gonna vote on it. It needs to be something that everybody wants to vote for. So if we say we want it to be athletics, well, does that leave out our seniors? Because that would be most people with kids. If we want it to be the passive aspects of golf use, well, that's something that can go to every person that lives in Oak Mills. So we have to determine which Parks and Rec things do we want this to cover that would affect the most people in the most positive way for bonds, because we want people to vote for it. So here's the schedule. May of 25, we would finalize the amounts. Next summer, then we would get all the legal stuff taken care of. In November, we'd have the referendum. After referendum, there's just a bunch of legal stuff we have to do. And then we would have to spend the money by November of 2032. But there is a way that you can get a 3-year extension on that if not able to spend all the funds by then. And the last thing I really want to go over is the referendum itself. This is what has to appear on the ballot. The top one is what used to be the law that had to appear on the ballot. The bottom one is the new updated current law. So what it says is, currently, this is how the ballot would read. It says, shall the order authorizing, let's just say 15 million of bonds plus interest for briefly, we stated the purpose, streets and parks and rec, and provide that additional taxes may be levied in an amount sufficient to pay the principal and interest on the bonds be approved in the light of the following. The estimated cumulative cost over the life of the bond using the highest interest rate and charge a similar debt over the last maximum bond issuance term would be, remember when I showed you the $15 million bond? If we're using an interest rate of 5%, it would be $22,875,000, whatever that was. That number would go right there, because that's actually the amount that would be spent. Then number 2, the amount of property tax liability increase for each $100,000 of property tax value to service the cumulative cost over the life of the bond would be however much that is per year, the $22,875 divided by the 20 years, and then that equivalent in tax dollars. So this would be what would be on the ballot, and then you see Scott vote yes or no. So that's pretty much the highlights of what happens to do a bond. So right now, as far as the council, and then I showed you earlier how we calculate revenue neutral. We're talking about now, with next year's budget, a tax increase to cover the pay study. The year after that, we've got 2 things to consider. We've got the 1.8 sales tax that needs to be made up, and we'll have the revenue neutral, the revow in order to raise taxes. But then if we're going to do the bond referendum in 25, vote for it next fall, then the next year, it'd be the 26-27 year that first payment would take place. So the year after the revow year would be the year that we're looking at some type of increase to go with the bonds. Now, it could be that, like we mentioned earlier, what about the growth of the town? How does that factor in? Well, the growth of the town, number 1, needs to cover the growth in our operational costs. But then number 2, say the growth of the town exceeds what our normal operational cost increase could be, then that could cut into that tax amount. That 6.76 cents might only have to be 5 cents that we have to raise for the bond instead of the 6.76. So that's about as quick as I can explain it, but are there any questions?
I need some printed copies of this.
Okay. I can email it. It's like 45 pages, so I didn't want to make a bunch of them, but I can email it to you.
What's the possibility of us doing an estimate and study with Ron's group to add on to town hall? We're going to have more space somewhere.
Yeah.
And when they first built that building, the commissioners were supposed to have offices.
Right.
Now, in that hallway is inspections and finance and whatever else they got in that hallway. So we need to go on the other side and put a wing.
Right.
That's my suggestion.
Well, that's something that, we do need to discuss, we do need to add. Right now, it's not even in the CIP. But as you're seeing with what the staff brought you in January, what we've just approved now in the pay study, the other projects that we have coming up, grants or no grants, and then the bond referendum for this, there's a lot of things that are coming up that's gonna cost a lot of money. And the only revenues we can guarantee ourselves is our taxing authority of the town. We have that option. Just like somebody said earlier, they brought up that the county commissioners told us years ago, why aren't we raising taxes knowing that the sales tax can come up at any time? Well, now it's here, and we still haven't raised any taxes. So it was recommended last year, wasn't approved. We just told you it's gonna be recommended again this year, and then next year with the revow, there's probably gonna be another one. And then if we approve these bonds, that could be a third one coming up. So it's a lot of different things coming up, but in order to get all these amenities that LaMarco's fixing to share with you, John's fixing to share with you, all the priorities that the staff shared with you back in January, it's a lot. We don't want to get behind. We just talked about with the next pay study, not having to do another one because we're keeping up with increased costs. So in order to do that, there's only one way to guarantee revenues. To guarantee revenues is tax increase. Growth, remember, as the town grows, that covers our operation costs, which increase every year as well.
So the referendum will not actually go on the ballot until 2025?
Yes, fall of 25, the next time we have an election. Because if we did it this year, we'd have to pay for a whole nother election. And then it would be very difficult to get enough people to show up. Because we don't have a large voter turnout even when it is an election year for us. So we would do it the same year as the council. And then I will tell you the same thing I told the previous council is if we're gonna do this bond, and y'all say, let's move forward with it, there's two things we need to happen as far as the council is concerned. It goes with the bond. We need to have 100% buy-in, everybody. If anybody on the board is not for this, there's no need to go to the bond market. We have to be 100% on board. The second thing is we need consistency in management. We've had the average of a manager every other year. We need consistency in management, because what happens when we get these bond ratings, that's some of the questions that they ask. How long has your manager been there? What's your board turnover? That's another thing that would be good to have the 4-year status. They ask these questions, because what can happen is, just like you've seen, this board can say, yeah, let's do it. And say it passes in November, but we have a different board. And then the next board says, you know what? We don't want to do that, or we want to change what's being funded instead of these things. Well, that's to the detriment of doing bonds. So that's what the board needs to consider if we're going to move forward with this. These are the things that help make this happen and get a good bond rating agency, or not an agency, a bond rating. And based on your bond rating, that helps with your interest rates and the buyers of the bonds and those sorts of things. So that's pretty much it. So any other questions?
I have a question.
Yep.
Does, I don't know if you would know the answer, but does Fayetteville or Spring Lake, do either of those have a bond referendum so we can have?
Yeah, I think Judge had about 35 million.
They just did one last
They
year.
did?
Yeah, they've done 3, I think, in the last 2.
And they have 2-year terms, so, correct?
Yeah, I think the most popular one that the federal did, you see all these glass pads popping up.
Yeah.
That was for $35 million. Bond. The thing I like about the general obligation bond, you talk about a tax increase, but that goes to the people. And so if they want it, they'll make a decision on that. But I think it's our job to sell it to them and tell them what it's for. You know, it seems like the general consensus is then it's going to basically tie the infrastructure parts, correct? I speak to Dr. Crane in terms of us doing some of the recent applications that was reinforced, putting some of that money back to Washington Way, cool me up to do this. And people from Public Works, I know you definitely need influx of funding for it.
Do you think this is the best way for us to get, because essentially, I guess if we say we get 15 million, we would get that essentially all in one shot, try to spend in one shot, or would like, how does it?
What happens is, if the referendum is fall of 25, the money would be available spring of 26. But what I would recommend, and say that you're debt, don't start spending until after July 1 of 26, because then our first debt payment is at fiscal year 27, as the presentation should. It would be fiscal year 28. Debt always starts the year after. So that would save us a year of debt, and if we're going to increase taxes, it could save us a year of increase in the taxes. Or you go ahead and increase the taxes a year ahead, bank that money, or you don't have to increase the taxes as much. So say like, let's just say 7 cents, the 6.76 that it recommended is 7 cents. That's just easier to round it up. Then in 27, if our first debt payment is in 28, in 27, instead of increasing it 7 cents, so we're only going to increase it 5. Because that extra year of 5 cents of tax is going to make up for that 2 cents going forward. So it just helps in doing that. And then also you can look at, you know, for y'all's sake, maybe, is that an election year or not? If we're sticking with the 2-year terms.
But ultimately, that money, whatever, regardless of the year, that money would hit all at one shot where we could.
It can be, but you're probably not going to draw it down all at once. Like I said, you have until this year 2032 to spend it.
So you have time.
And then you can get an automatic 3-year extension if you need to. So what you would have to do is, with each of your projects, is figure out at what point do we want to do which ones, and when does the money need to be available. Like the streets, Don may say, if that whole project takes a year and a half to do, well, then you do it in phases. How much do we need year 1? How much do we need year 2? And that sort of thing. So your interest would be less. However long you can put off using the money, you don't have to pay the interest on it.
Okay. No.
Okay. Drew, do you need a board decision today, or?
I just need, do we want to pursue this or not?
Today.
So Davenport can know, do I need you to keep getting information for us, or we're going to wait another year or the next election, not 25, the next election would be 27.
What will they need to be able to prepare to make what's this? Do they have to officially?
No, you want me to keep going forward with this or not?
Let me ask this. Let's table the referendum until we see Parks and Rec presentation and Public Works. We'll come back at the end. Is that fair enough for the board? Yeah, let's look at the next two, because what we're making the decision on is basically gonna come from these two next presentations.
And just so you know, just say you get a grant that comes through with English for the streets, and that knocks out 3,000 of the 11. Well, now we only need 7 for that, and we can do more for Parks and Rec, or just lower how much bonds we're going to do. But I would suggest that if you're going to go bond, you go bond. If it's less than $10 million, there's no point to go bond. We can just try to work something through a bank or something like that, or pursue more grant funding. But
I do have.
if you're going to go through all that process, you need to make it worthwhile to do it.
I know the banks are doing 20-year loans again. What's the opportunity for another loan to USDA?
They can do Parks and Rec. We'd have to see specifically what it is and see if that's something that qualifies for what they fund. But the guy that helped us with this building, he said, bring me something else. Because they do have plenty of money, it just has to qualify.
Tobias, okay. Because that's what I'm looking at, that picture up there. The USDA.
Go ahead.
Yep.
But I will say this, if a bank can do the same thing, it's a whole lot cheaper and easier to go through a regular bank loan.
I got
than USDA or bonds.
You should be honest.
Don't sleep on the traditional bank loan. I did a senior center in Greenville, and we were thinking bonds, but I think one of the best decisions the city of Greenville made was to go to traditional bank loans, and three banks competed for it, and we were able to do a $4 million. This is actually a renovation expansion. We took a 10,000 square foot building and added a senior component, and it was a LEED certified building, 18,000 square feet for less than $5 million. And the city ended up paying that back within 3 years, you know. So, and in that instance, we could probably do more projects if we did a bank loan, pay for the senior center, and then spend another, let's say, $15 million on it. So just something else for you all to consider.
Well, Marcos, the reason I asked that question is because we've got three options. We've got bank loans, USDA, and bonds.
Yes, sir.
Three different options.
Good segue into what you all asked us to do. At the delegate dinner, we talked about a whole bunch of priorities, and the result of that meeting, I was asked to come back with 4 specific areas. One is fairly new, but a new development opportunity has come available for park expansion. We'll talk about that in a minute. But you all wanted me to concentrate on the senior center and the expansion of park programs in for athletics. You asked me to look into the pickleball complex. And then also, we'd already obligated or made a commitment to the skate park. So we're beginning to look at the layout and the design of that. And so, first things first, I was asked to have the engineers to amend or come back with an updated site plan to show all the different amenities. And so, typically what we do in the design profession, Chance probably getting you know, thoughts of when we were in college, we had to do bubble diagrams, but this is the first step in when you want to look at spatial relationships and how things will fit on the site based on scale and flowability of everything. And so what I did was I took the sports complex. We did agree that, you know, we're not going to put the ball field, we were still gonna do a ball field sports complex design, but you all wanted me to shift my focus on the senior aspect and the other park elements. And so to do that, we wanted to see how everything else would fit on the site. So I sent the engineer this bubble diagram, which essentially put the building on axis with the sports complex and showed how the other elements could work with the existing ball fields. And so we still have to discuss this with Troy with DOT, but this right here is a conversation piece. So what we did was we put the senior center on axis here. Of course, you're going to need facility parking for ADA reasons, and you want closer parking to the actual building. Over here, we did a bubble diagram showing the new tennis court, pickleball complex. You're looking at 4 tennis courts, 8 pickleball courts, outdoor restrooms attached to a covered picnic shelter. This line here shows your vehicle circulation to service your skate park in this area and support parking for that. So send that to the engineer, and he just recently gave us a quote to update the site plan and civil work for that. And so we're going to move forward with that piece of the project. Unfortunately, the hard line drawing is not going to be done for a couple of weeks or so. So we're going to take this bubble diagram, which should be enough to talk to Troy with DOT to see if we were to move forward with the pickleball tennis complex, what would that do as far as requirements for parking and if anything for turning lanes or any improvements along Gulfview Road. So that's a conversation we're going to have next week with Troy before we actually move on anything as far as design or implement that. So just want to let you all know that. I gave you all a number at the dinner on what a new senior center will cost. I have to admit my numbers were a little high. My numbers were based on triangle numbers, Raleigh-Durham area. I did sit down my numbers with a local contractor that does commercial construction. And so the rate now for commercial construction is 300 square feet, $300 per square foot. And that's the best you can do without an architecture drawing, but you know what your square footage of your building is, so that's a good number. And so, I revised my number to reflect, the dollar per square foot number. And so we're looking at a 15,000 square foot building that would have 3 multi-purpose rooms, a gymnasium with a full-size court, and marking lining for indoor pickleball, 2 offices for senior programming, kitchen, locker room, restrooms, computer lab, parking lot and infrastructure, your electrical, sanitary, sewer, water, stormwater, and also, we still have to renovate and relocate our new maintenance shed. So you're looking at a hard cost of about $4.5 million. With that, industry standard for architectural would be between 7% and 14% of the building cost. I tend to stay with the lower number. The higher the dollar number for the building, you go with the lower number for architectural. So $315,000 for engineering and architectural design. I put an allowance in there, $60,000 for the testing and the permitting. And as far as your contingency, I took 10% of both of those costs. So it's 10% of the 4.5, and it's 10% of your design cost. So we call that whole thing project contingency, and that gives you an amount of $418,000. Now I know that sounds high, but at this level, at a conceptual level, you want to keep enough in there, and that number tends to go down the further you get to construction. And so for a total, you're looking at $5.3 million for the design and construction of the center. Okay. Next, we looked at, want to talk about what it would take to do a outdoor tennis and pickleball complex with all the elements I showed you earlier. So you're looking at resurfacing, coating, paint, line configuration for tennis courts and pickleball, LED lights, new nets, vinyl. You're looking at a new concrete pad, vinyl coated fence enclosure, which would be your 6-foot tall number 9 gauge, which is your top gauge, commercial fencing. You're going to need 88 sidewalks to get from the existing parking lot to the tennis pickleball courts. And I say that because if we're going to move forward with the tennis and pickleball court complex, we're going to have to use the existing parking lot, if allowable, to service the new complex. And that would be the first phase of what we're calling the senior complex, the building and the pickleball courts. Site furnishing, the grading, drainage, and then landscaping allowance. You're looking at about $420,000. With this, you're also going to be looking at a level of engineering design you're going to have to do, the grading, drainage. You'll need structural, because I am looking at a prefab building for your shelter and your restrooms. I think that's the cheapest way to go, because you get your structural design and your install all in one. And I put $13,000 in your testing and permitting allowance, and that's based on the amount I had to pay for a recent project. So the total for the tennis and pickleball complex, shelter, site furnishing, etc., is $467,880.
Marco, the restroom building, is that the same structure we're putting in Heritage Park?
It's going to be a different structure. Now, the one at Heritage Park has a more rustic look, because I want to fit in with the historic, the wood planks, etc. This will be more of a hardy board or concrete. It look like perhaps wood, but it'd be a concrete, basic concrete building. Right. Yep.
But hardy plank is good stuff.
It is. Now, here again, I want to reiterate, we can do this, but this is contingent upon the conversation we have with DOT and what their requirements are. So I just want to let you all know that. Yep. Here's the new development. So while I'm working on Heritage Park, and we all know that's adjacent to Mr. Gardner's property, he and I have had several conversations. And the conversation came up about the 2 pieces of property next to Lake Park. Originally, there was ARPA funds put aside to purchase those two properties, but, Mr. Garner swooped up before us and bought it before we can get our hands on it. In conversations with him, he's willing to negotiate and purchase those properties. But I think it's gonna be slightly more than $90,000 that we had originally budgeted for. And, I know the one piece, which is the one closest to Main Street, he paid $54,000 for that. And, talking to his son who, manages his real estate, said that he's definitely gonna want what he paid for it. So we're looking at possibly $54,000 for this piece and $45,000 to $50,000 for that piece to get both of them. Now, how that's gonna benefit us is it will expand our park and make it continuous, and we can do something with the parking and vehicle circulation to kind of make it easier to navigate and park inside the park. It also free up some open space to do some things. If we want to redesign this area to make it more green space, do some other things. Just give us a little bit more options and more control over the surrounding properties of the park.
Can you do me a favor and go back and point to where the dam is? Because I'm trying to look at it.
It's cut off, yeah, the dam is that way.
Okay,
Yeah, here's existing parking lot, and then that's Big T's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I had to look further up.
Property number 2, that's right there on Main Street, that was the one where the house burned down some years ago. Just to make sure there's a reference point. And then the one next to it was already vacant. Okay.
Both of those roads are
And that was
accessed
already.
Fountain Lake.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Scruller, just to bring it into context, the third lot that's beside the other two is the piece that we have the gravel.
Right, yeah.
access. Yeah. So we secure these two, we own 3 lots continuous all the way down to Fountain Lane and Hope.
And you want to choose Fountain Lane, but not own Fountain Lane.
Yeah, they're on Fountain Lane. So the road that we had, with the access off of Fountain Lane that gives access to that gravel parking lot we own, there's 2 lots between that and Hope Mills Road.
I think you can see here,
so you'll have all.
So this is Fountain Lane here, and then this is our gravel lot to where we allow the boats to park at. Now, this is boat parking, so both of these properties are accessed from Fountain Lane.
But then you just said the one that's across from, on the side of Parkton Grill, that corner.
No,
lot.
not that. I'm saying it's across Hope Mills Road.
Okay, all right, I thought you were talking about that portion of it.
I'd like to share some historical piece here. In the original master plan for the lake park from McAdams, in that plan, it was showing that the town was trying to purchase both of those properties in that master plan. And that was the first one that Rachel from the McAdams group offered us. And the reason why is because of not only the current growth, but the future growth of the park. So, of course, we know the building burned down some years ago. Mr. Gardner already owned one of them, and then, of course, he secured the other one. This is a golden opportunity for us to grab both of these properties. It truly, truly is, because they're going to get sold to somebody. They are. They're going to get sold to somebody. I can't, I'm going to say it one more time. They're going to get sold to somebody. And I would like that somebody to be us. There you go.
Question, is this what we're looking at?
Yeah.
Trying to do now, or do we need to wait the budget year? I mean, can we take money?
I'll tell you, put it in context with what Mayor just said, this is the second time. But the first time we were having a conversation with the board, it was before, Mr. Gardner owned the piece with Bert.
Yeah,
We sat on
the board's talking about.
Yeah, and we didn't do anything, and he swooped in and bought it. Now, we have an opportunity to buy both of them, because at the time, we had appraised both lots. We were gonna get his piece, and already, we appraised them, we're ready, and then we kind of sat on.
Do we need
Keep
to,
on
let me ask you this, is there any way we can, maybe, make a motion to approve the manager to negotiate?
Did you make that motion?
That's this slide right here.
I tell you what, I'll go ahead and make a motion now that, I'll make a motion now that we authorize the town manager to, negotiate a purchase for that property, a purchase price for both properties, and bring it back to the board for approval.
Okay,
All right, so you answered the third one on there.
I need a second. Wait a minute.
Second.
Need a second. Okay. Any more discussion?
Yes, I've got one.
Okay.
What's gonna go on those two pieces of property?
The idea has always been to expand the parking lot, right, Big Cheese where the lake is.
Okay.
So, we, from the very beginning of us discussing it, was increase the parking, change the traffic patterns. We had never
Yeah.
talked about building anything there. It was really just to make sure we square that corner off, we can expand the whole parking lot at the lake. That has always
And do
been.
some storm sewer, I mean, we talked about doing some storm water improvements to make it, you know, looking at impervious surface, so basically do a parking lot, but also make it a stormwater project as well.
Okay,
That's what we're
what
talking
about the additional traffic there at Fountain Lane and Main Street? Well, is there any plans to get a stoplight there or something, because you've got the beauty shop, then you're gonna have parking there and people coming out? What about the traffic?
Well.
Go ahead, ask Mike.
DOT will not entertain putting a light there. One of the things that we can do to help with traffic problems is to control the traffic flow. So just like the existing one is, if you come in off Fountain Lane and then go out back onto Main Street through the main parking lot at Big T's, and if we keep it that way, we can control the circulation, and that will help with problems at trying to come out of Fountain Lane.
Well, there's sometimes I cut through BB&T to go out to Trade Street.
Well, that's why we have traffic problems.
You get, I mean, it is horrible to turn on from Main Street to Fountain Lane left. It's just, or if you're coming out there to turn right or left, you just take right there.
I think with you,
But to put additional cars
Right.
there, that's going to make it worse.
I think with these two properties, it gives us a chance and options to actually improve the vehicular pattern there. I think it gives a little bit more.
Under the McAdams master plan, we had a different vehicle pattern, and it showed those parking lots. And I'm trying to remember if we still have that old master plan. It's back in what?
We probably do.
Probably do.
The expanded parking is great, but if you look at the current circulation, I've been working 9 years, and every time I pull in the Big T's, I always end up going the wrong way, because you have those two entrances off of Main Street. It's just a conundrum, and you don't have that many parking spaces. So not only does this increase the number of parking spaces you have that you can stack onto the lake property, you're completely changing that pattern now. And it's a completely different layout. And so I think that actually is what Don was talking about, where you're kind of softening that congestion and bottleneck there, because you're creating a different way for people to get to and from the property. That's why it's important.
Yeah, if we can, we'll make sure that's taken care of.
We're
Okay.
off for a vote on the motion.
All right, all in favor? Seeing none opposed?
Yeah, two more.
Motion carries.
That's my house to it. Sell it.
Well,
Two more, you got two more?
Well, the other one.
Okay.
The other two I just need some direction on. We talked about these other two, but I was never formally given a directive or the town manager directive on which way we want to go. Do we want to pursue architecture drawings for the senior center complex so that we have a shovel-ready project to go after grants, RTF grant, what have you, do a bank loan, bond referendum, whatever? And do we have the direction to move forward with the pickleball complex after the conversation with DOT? Those are the other two things that we talked about it, but I wasn't giving clear direction on what your pleasure is, what you want us to do with that. And the use of ARPA funds to redirect the water.
LaMarco, my thought here is, until we know from DOT what their decision is going to be, we may have to just hold and table those two.
Okay.
Until we actually know what DOT is going to say. I think that's fair enough. I mean, they can come back to the board, but until we know, are we going to be required to put in turn lanes? Can we move forward with the temporary parking lot we've got in place?
I can speak to that. We're setting up, hopefully, we would have had it set up tomorrow, but we have to meet this term staff conference. We're trying to set up for Monday and Tuesday. And what Don and LaMarco are talking about is, we have the temporary parking lot out there now. DOT granted that to us under certain stipulations. So the thought process is approach them to tell them the pickleball courts and outdoor bathroom and the shelter is not a permanent massive structure. Could we move forward with doing that without, under the current temporary parking lot approval we have, or will they trigger the massive improvements to Fairway? If they say we're okay, then we can move immediately. So what the idea is that they say we're okay doing that, we know when we do the actual senior center, that does trigger that massive improvement. And so we'll have that meeting with them probably Monday or Tuesday. The reason why I would love, if it does work out, well, I would support you guys reallocating is when we had this conversation with delegates about us being a short session, next year we're in the long session. Hopefully we'll be going into that same request to them with an architectural design. And so we'll get that information back to you guys as soon as possible. I think we can have that conversation on Monday, Tuesday, by the March 18th meeting. We will have that answer for you guys. But I understand you saying let's hold off on making a decision today until we get that direction from you.
Yeah, let's just hold off and put both of those on the March 18th agenda. Once we get a final decision from DOT, which way we're going to go. The other strength about this is also too, is that during the delegates meeting, especially with Kate, you know, her office, they gave us $350,000 for Heritage Park. And I think there's going to be more money available there if we've got a really good shovel-ready project. And both of these can be.
I have a question, and I don't know if it's gonna make people's heads explode, it's just a question. Now, how much, when we say senior center, essentially, it's gonna be a second Parks and Rec building, correct? Because it's gonna be all inclusive, like everyone can use it, it's not just senior specific.
I'll let LaMarco give the details, but the one thing I know that has been in conversation, there are 4 different needs. There's needs to address seniors, special needs, veterans, and expanded recreational services. And so we're talking about pickleball, that is a recreational service itself. And so I think LaMarco can get more into the details of the interior design, but that has been my understanding of the conversation.
Okay, because I bring it up because everyone that I'm hearing since we started discussing senior center, everyone's like, well, seniors are the smallest demographic. Why is it just senior centers? Is it going to be just for seniors? So I want to get clarification.
So, I've done 3 of these, and the way I've seen it work the best, we call it senior center, but it's the base. Just like we've done special needs, dedicated buildings, but guess who else used those buildings? Athletics, seniors. So the way I think this could work, I've heard some people say they want a separate building altogether. You can still do that, but the way to do that is divided into 2, just in case this question came up. You can have the recreation or community center on this side. You can have a atrium and a lobby that separates the 2, and then your senior center dedicated on this side. So it's 1 building. Otherwise, if you do 2 buildings, you're looking at 2 architects, 2 sets of parking
About
lots.
2 separate buildings.
Right.
Okay.
This is and this is a graphic. That's the atrium there. Community center on this side with your gym, multi-purpose rooms. I envision having a elevated track in the gym, etc. Senior center on that side. The good thing about it is, if we're going to indeed one day bring senior games here, which I've heard they want to do more senior games in Hope Mills, well, seniors play basketball. I've seen them. I've seen some 70-year-olds run circles around the 25-year-olds here. Seniors play pickleball. Seniors walk the gym because they don't want to be outside and walking the track because it's too hot. So I say that to say this: you can have a senior center for those who want to do arts and crafts and line dancing, but they still want to lift weights. They still want to play basketball. And so I think, and they still want to be around everybody instead of, from what I've been told. So doing it this way benefits everybody. And it satisfies our needs. So that's mine.
I don't know if senior citizens that will go in a building and hear teenagers run up and down basketball courts screaming and hollering. I think what they want is a quiet place that they can go in there and play cards, play bingo, do things like that.
I think you got that with an age separated too.
Okay, well then, are they gonna be walls that are gonna be soundproof where they won't hear the basketball court?
I would say, and to give you a good example, I don't know if you all have gone to one there's one in Spring Lake Summer.
Yeah.
Except it's not as elaborate as this. They took I think it's an old furniture store. It's a senior center. It has all of those things in there. And now maybe I was just in awe when I went and visited, but I didn't hear a whole bunch of noise and everybody there. I mean, and you want to talk about noise, there was even a daycare in there. Off to the side, and the seniors were in like a cafe up front. I didn't hear the children until we actually went into those areas where the children were. And it was several rooms with I don't know, I think it was summertime, so it wasn't after school. It was summer camp, and it wasn't extraordinarily loud in there. And there were people playing basketball. So I would argue that you can have both. You know.
Well, they don't, and I've heard.
You had a question.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
It's a construction question, Marco. And I see what you're coming from. So essentially, you're gonna have 2 separate buildings with an atrium separating. So in the construction part, my question is this building gonna be able to be used as a shelter?
It could be, but that tells a whole different side. I mean, it could be. That structure is gonna increase the cost of it.
Well, not necessarily. What I was gonna ask you, I don't think you don't know it, but when y'all get with the architect things, let me know if I gotta find it's type 2B construction. If it's type 2B construction, that makes it, we can make it a category risk 4 building like this place here.
I think we should.
And at $300 a square foot, that should cover it. So that's one of the most expensive square foot per building that you can build like this one here. And if that's the case, you could possibly use it also as a merchant.
I think that's a very good point. If you recall, former Commissioner Greeley Mitchell brought that up Monday night.
Yeah.
And so if this is our ELC, direction on this side is for operations for our guys to be able to operate them. That's exactly what he was talking about. The senior center could be a shelter that has a commercial grade kitchen in it. What Kenny is talking about is the foresight of having it designed properly to be able to withstand a certain situation. Right. And now we're having a completely different conversation.
So
think about the funding.
So we can just do it one time. Yeah. And it's inside the island, like you said, so.
Well, and
It's internal to all the bridges.
Yeah.
I did a cost breakdown, and I know in the whole scheme of things of a $5 million building, right? I ran the numbers. If you did 2 different buildings, you've increased your cost to $270,000. Because essentially you got a 10,000 square foot, if you take out everything for the senior center, you got a 10,000 square foot building. These are your costs, your architectural costs, soft costs, everything associated with it, parking lot, etc. And then this is your cost for your senior center, which is about 7,000 square feet, right? So you got 2 separate buildings, 2 sets of, everything, mechanical, plumbing, parking lot. And, if we are being fiscally responsible, you just increase your cost there $270,000. I guess in the scheme of $5 million, that's a drop in the bucket. That's still a lot of money to use for other things. So I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
If you do what?
If you do two separate buildings like you're suggesting.
But you said you're gonna have an atrium in between.
But they, some people didn't like that idea.
All right, the atrium's fine.
Yes.
I just don't want the senior citizens to get into the situation that their
Right.
sunshine center.
And that's why I-
So they went to the Parks and Rec, they had several rooms, now they will run out of those rooms. So, yeah, I'm afraid if we put a Parks and Recreation Ball and all that and give them 3 rooms over here, eventually they're gonna feel like that they'll be run out of that too. But if you put an atrium in there and get them on their side and say, listen, this is yours, this is your kitchen, y'all go in there and dance, play bingo, do whatever you want to with it.
I think that'll work, and I've seen it done, I've seen it done successfully that way.
Yeah.
With it being, and that way, let's just say, there's a particular day they wanna be around kids, generation gap. They can easily walk across the atrium and go play basketball and show the young folks how to do it. So, I think doing a building that way is probably the most economical, and it's a way to separate the two.
Yeah, and it would be a pretty building
Absolutely.
there too, so.
I just wanna show it,
The atrium works out well for ASOM. Downtown, the ASOM building, it works out very, very well.
Yeah.
Very, very well.
Put one in the middle of the playground.
Kenny?
I was going to say, remind Marcus, so when you get to that design stage, before do a little with them, just for her, best like me, let's, get together. I just want to make sure what type of construction is for you and what risk category of building it to be in, to make it a possible shelter, because the whole time this building was being built, Drew come to me, and like several folks come to me and said, what do you think? I'm licensed general contractor too, and I told them, I said, well, basically with the category risk that this building's got to be, and the type of construction, this is a type 2B building. And I told them, I said, it's gonna range $20 square foot, and that's what it did. So, that's about right. So, I'm just saying we could probably get a lot of things for our budget.
Oh, yeah.
If we do it right, category right. That's all.
Just don't probably be a lead though, because that's gonna increase your cost by 20%.
No, but if we frame it, if we build it in exactly the manner that Kenny's talking about, just think of the grant funding that can support building this. That is
You don't get
huge.
grant funded just from the senior.
Just from, but look at exactly what the
It'd
package
be more
now
appealing
looks
to
like.
the delegates
Yes.
if that's tied to it as
If
well.
that's tied to it, look at the package.
And now you're talking about a shelter and doing crisis situations.
That's exactly right.
That would have a kitchen in there.
Yes,
like this
yes.
building.
That funding opportunity has just risen 100%. Just
I'm
by
saying,
building.
let's just do it right one time.
Yeah.
Let's do it the right way one time and fight the bullet and do it.
Thank you, Ken.
That's why we're here today. Collaboration, that's why we're here
The
today.
atrium, you put a water thing that they give.
One thing, and then that even be, the way I've seen it, you actually have 2 reception areas. One reception is for senior center, the other reception is for, community staff. So,
That's good.
it's a lot of possibilities.
For the rest of it.
Huh?
Other section for the rest of it.
There you go.
That seems better.
Okay, any board member got anything else, for Lamarco before he moves on? Before we move on to, public works? Or is that it, Lamarco?
That's it.
That's what I thought. All right, so you're gonna come back on March 18th with the other 2 and a decision from DOT?
Yep.
Okay, Chancellor, back to you.
All right, Mike is going out. Next we'll hear from Mr. Cisco to talk about public works.
No break, we're riding through. No break.
I'm not going to try to pitch any specific project, but we're want to be more informative, because we talk about how the town is expanding. So we did a color-coded map of the town, and everything that's in green is residential construction that is on the books. We anticipate it being completed within the next 3 years. That's the town bill map.
The gray area is already, it's town limits already. The
3 years from now, that whole
the
thing will be
green
green.
area are
Yeah.
residential, whether they're single family or apartments, they're already approved in various stages of construction.
And they have, in those green areas right now,
and that is not counting, two of them we're not counting because we don't have numbers. Camden Commons, which comes off of Village Green and Camden Road, and potential building off of the Gulfview Greenway. So not counting those, we have got 987 multifamily units on the books right now. It's apartments, and 1,111 single-family homes on the books right now to be built in the next couple of years.
Just put that in context, we're what, 55?
We have 5592 right now is our count.
You're looking at 20%.
So
in houses.
that gives us 2,098 more households, and our demographic is 2.8 people per household. So at that gives us a 5,875 increase in population, which is more than a third. But I put, sorry, about the next 3 years. And I say that because if you look how far spread they are, that affects everybody in this town. Everybody that works at this. Kenny's gonna have to do a lot of the upfront work because his office is taking care of all of the buildings. Elizabeth's got all the stormwater stuff. It definitely affects fire and PD and affects your services, both recreational and utilitarian. Things that folks don't look at is we have to buy another trash truck and put another crew on the road because 2,000 households is 2 routes. We do 3 routes per household with 3 separate pieces of equipment. So everybody is looking to expand because the town is expanding. But I wanted y'all to see just how much and where. And I bring it back to one point that I made in January when we were here. Just look at the time. If you want to go from here and drive out to Sheets, how long does it take you to get there? And you go from Sheets to Georgetown, how long does it take you to get there? And it's all stuff that we have to cover, each individual department. So just the logistics of going from place to place is, it's a tremendous amount of time. And with that manpower is going to be the equipment to do it. We still provide things like mosquito spraying. Well, we're adding all that extra real estate that we're going to be spraying. So it's manpower, it's equipment. There's a lot of things that we do for the town that's not on the books. We do furniture pickup for all of our residents every other week. It's not part of our ordinances, but it's something that we started doing to provide a service for our residents. And we don't want to stop that or increase anything that we're doing. So we did that so y'all can see just how expansive that's getting. We estimated if on the low number, if we get an extra 600 units, because they're doing multifamily and single family in those 2 areas, only 600 units, and that's probably on the low end. That would put us over almost 6,500 people. And that's over a 36% increase in growth in the town in about 3 years.
How many people?
6,475. And right now we're at 17,671.
And just to piggyback on what Don said, that is current, on the books, approved, or under construction. People are calling every day. We probably got 2,000 acres of our MIA not even developed. And so that's today. Now, by the time we get to the 3 years that he's talking about, Lord in heaven knows how much more development is going to come during that time. So this is the current snapshot. This is not the projected, what we're going to develop.
At this rate will double in 10 years.
Yeah.
Now, how much on tax stuff is that going to bring us down on your average?
Well,
On the average,
Ms. Elise, let me counter that.
okay?
And to ask you right now, or say, how much is it going to cost us to do that? Not how much we're going to get in revenue, but we just bought, we're looking to purchase another rear loader, $310,000. Residential stuff isn't going to cover that $310,000. Things that folks, you take for granted that we pay for, Something as simple as your streetlights. We budget $200,000 a year for the streetlights right now. You know, and everybody talks about how much their utility bills are going up. Ours are doing the same, and then we're going to increase by that much as well. So our utilities are going up. You know, we have to go to the gas pump with our trucks just like everybody else does. So all of our costs are increasing astronomically right now. So I understand part of the equation that you get your residential tax increases and that revenue, but there is a shit ton of money has to go out of the other hand in order to maintain what we've got.
But I just wanted to.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, but what Don's saying is very important, because like I was saying earlier, with the growth of the town, we want that to be able to pay for the growth in our operations. So if we get, say, 6,500 people over the next 3 years, well, that's great, but that's got to cover our increase in operations for Parks and Rec, police, public works. Every single department has to increase what they're doing because of that growth. So hopefully it'll be in a situation where those X and Y curves cross, and that growth will pay for what we have to do to increase our operational costs.
I just wanted to hear.
Yeah. But I don't know what it will be. Yeah, there's not a way to really estimate that.
Don told you one.
Right.
Did you give a figure on number of people?
On the number of people, that's an extra 6,475 going by the demographic.
Additional?
Additional.
But like I showed you earlier with the revenue neutral calculation, our average value, tax value growth for the last 8 years has been 2.15%. That's not a lot of growth. But the next 8 years is probably going to more than double that.
Yeah.
So if we just say we're, forecasting our next reval, the 8-year average for that is not going to be 2.15. It's probably going to be 5 or 6% based on these numbers.
And you're looking at residential and commercial growth.
Yeah.
That's coming to the
Well,
town.
these are just residential.
This is just residential.
Yeah.
We ain't even got to the big business, big box stuff.
Commercial even adds more value.
Even more.
And it actually has a little bit less operational cost.
Commissioner, just to add something to Don, I'll give you an example. You've heard of the one apartments, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that's a $47 million project that's here at the town now. We're doing inspections on it now. So when it's all said and done, the permitting inspection department is probably going to pull in about $650,000 in permit fees. Everybody hears that figure like, wow, that's a lot of money. But what they're not considering is the 6,500 inspections we got to do.
Yeah.
Say that number again.
We're going to have 6,500 inspections doing that apartment complex. No.
We'll have to add more people.
Yeah.
We'll have to hire more folks.
But Kenny and I are talking.
So
That's
it's,
two
you kind of
people.
get this, because every building has a certain, inspectors have certain level, certifications, and like you have to be a level 2 or level 3 pro, to be an inspector out there. The level 1 inspector can't do it, which level 1 inspectors, 80% of inspections we do in the town are level 1s. So when you get those big apartment complexes and these big commercial buildings out of Corporation Drive, those are level 3s. And so we're seeing more and more of that. Yeah, they bring in the big fees, but there's a lot more to them as far as service rules from our standpoint and everybody else.
Yeah.
So it brings a lot of money in, but a lot of money going out to maintain, so to speak.
Yeah, I can understand how you have to add on more employees in the different departments.
How many of our departments are tied up doing these kind of inspections that you're speaking of? I know you and Beth, who else?
Well, for vertical construction, there's the inspections department and the fire department, fire marshal. We do all the vertical construction. The horizontal construction is Don's group and Beth's group.
We're there before there's any buildings.
Yeah. So really, you can consider the inspection department, stormwater, public works, and zoning, your development services. That's all the departments that are developing everything.
How long are you gonna be able to do the zoning? Have you got someone yet?
Oh, it's coming. It is coming. That's coming to us in May, when we look at the budget. It's coming. I'm gonna add a project.
Hold on, still my turn.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, I thought you were done.
All right, well, this touches on something that everybody's been talking about now, is that it's gonna take more inspectors, it's gonna take more police, it's gonna take, well, they have to go somewhere. And Commissioner Lake touched on it a little bit earlier. I think that one of the things that we really need to do is have somebody come in as a consultant, look at our projected growth, look at what we are going to need for government facilities, and come up with a master government complex plan. You know, because we need to expand, town hall has to expand, and unfortunately, police and fire are probably good for at least the next 2 or 3 years until they get too many people.
Substation.
Substations.
Or the mayor, but,
But we have to have a place for all the folks. You know, some place to effectively work. Absolutely.
What I've seen done up north was when they authorize, when you get a big builder coming in and wants to build 1,000 homes, you add that into his proposal, and they have to build the substation for you.
Right.
And this way, it's no cost to the town to do that, but, you know, a police department, you say, okay, yeah, well, you know, we'll give you, you know, help you with what you need to do here, but in return, this has to be part of the plan. I've seen that done.
Yeah, we've missed a couple of those opportunities.
Yeah.
And the last thing I want to, and this is just as a reminder so that it stays fresh in everybody's minds. Y'all know that we finished the doors, the back doors at Town Hall to make it ADA compliant. That is a federal program that we are still working on, so that we can keep making, you know, progress so that at some point in time, the town becomes 100% compliant. So it's been an ongoing project for about the last 5 years, and we've got several years in front of us. But I don't want that to be forgotten about, because we kind of do that behind the scenes, you know, but it's a federal mandate for us to take care of. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. I want to share some comments about, from some citizens who greatly appreciate the playground area. Over this past couple of weeks, as the weather continues to get warmer, more kids, more parents are out here on our playground. And with that said, they love it, and they see the splash pad coming. This is going to be a home run for the town. It should be. Is it time that maybe we look at the Pavilion concession stand building and where it's at today? The reason why I say this is because a lot of parents and kids are looking for something, as in beverages and at least some food, and there's nothing out there to offer anybody anything. There's not a food truck out there. No one operates the concession stand. And if you look at the pavilion, and you look at the way the bathrooms are in that pavilion that's been there for ever how long years now, that was good at one time, but clearly the population has outgrown that pavilion site. So you look at it two ways, at least I do. How much does it cost to refurbish it or renovate it versus how much would it cost to just raise it and put a modern building there to enhance our community? And I think it's the latter. I think it's clearly the latter. And I think if we were to look at another project and just throw another one on the plate, that this would really be an opportunity to enhance the playground area and all the families that are going to benefit from that area. I know I raised my daughter and my granddaughter out there on that park. But when I'm hearing this from families and kids, you know, what about this pavilion? I mean, what can we do about it? So I bring that to the board, I bring that to the town manager, and I bring that to Lamarco. That maybe this is another project to look at. But how we're gonna fund it, I don't know, we'll talk about that, but at least have the opportunity to look at that project and what we can do to offer something for the families to use that park.
Mayor, I believe it needs to come down and new one go up in its place.
I think it's on here.
I believe it needs to come down and a new one go up in its place. And like you said, we gotta fund it first before we tear it down. It's used quite heavily in the evening time in the summer months, but it falls off in the late part of the year. But that's when we can pick it up and carry it through the evening hours without having two different concession stands. Just do it with one, and it's sitting relatively close to the track, across the parking lot, so people could get to it. I believe you're right, I believe the people walking on that trail would love to make a stop and be able to pick up a Coke or a Pepsi or something.
Yep.
Maybe even a beer, like one.
I believe the beer part.
That's my thought, thank you.
Okay.
But, Mayor, that's a good idea. We've actually been talking about this for a while. We've been talking about, plan review, possibly trying to figure out a way to, pave the dirt part of that parking lot. We've made improvements to the basketball court. We're making improvements to the second phase of the offensive playground. Renovations done to the baseball field. We're talking about a lot of different improvements on site. The one thing that I think you'll get with a new concession building is also changing the menu options. Because right now, only thing you can get out of it is, a hot dog and popcorn. If you put a new building out there, with a commercial grade kitchen, now you're talking about a different level of food that you can serve out of it as well.
That's where I'm going.
To the general public, we just did, issue new RFP for the concession, but one of the biggest challenges we've had is getting someone consistent in there. We were talking about food trucks, all these different things. Why not do what you're talking about, put a new building out there, and now all of a sudden you're increasing the level of service, add a new place that you're making renovations all around.
Yep. Yeah, we know. Yeah.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, so everyone will start whining now. Is it worth it to raise the building if we're gonna have the ball fields at the golf course?
I would say yes.
Yeah, because you're gonna have soccer, you're gonna have.
If you go back to, and this is another part of the master plan, a lot of people overlook. If you look at the original master plan, it talked about the golf course, it talked about relocating the baseball field to there, but these baseball fields are going to soccer and outdoor entertainment space. So you're still gonna have uses out here. So it's not like we're gonna abandon all the recreation uses out here. You're just gonna have different types of uses. But I don't think you build a 15,000 square foot building, but something more modern than what's out there now.
Which concession stand, because I don't go out there often now because I have no kids, so where is the concession stand currently located?
On this complex?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that building they're painting now.
The one that painted?
Yeah, that's the only building that's on the site.
On the parking lot side.
The shelter and a concession stand.
One pavilion.
And the bathrooms out there have been blown up with firecrackers several times.
Not to mention the squirrels that keep getting inside
Yeah,
the fascia and showing up our wires.
We got a pass.
Yeah. We've had our wires to our cameras chewed through several times, so that's another issue.
We can put them in the conduit.
We tried that, they chew through we have to do metal, they chew through the vinyl.
That's what Max even said, I said, boy, if the squirrel was control.
We got the squirrel, we caught some of them. We had to trap them.
Okay,
there.
Bill,
Go for it.
Jump in there.
Okay, so I know that we always jump in with the negativity on the infrastructure. I'm all for, doing something else with that, because I had kids on the baseball fields and it wasn't open. You know, it just depends on the time, and that's not on the town, it's on whoever, you know, we hired or contracted with. But I was going to bring up to you guys, Don was supposed to actually dribble and then pass the ball to me, but he got so excited that he forgot. So
Just forgot.
He told me you couldn't make the shot anyway.
that's probably correct, sir. I can't sing either. Commissioner Stroll was asking for that, so I'll hold off on basketball and singing. What I would like to ask you all, I know that we talked about this in January. There was no specific request, and I told you all that we would like to just maintain our maintenance contract and then possibly help out with some other departments' projects. And we discussed this last week, and I felt like here was a good opportunity to see, engage the interest as far as putting forth any effort in moving forward with, in this coming fiscal budget, which obviously, you know, we would have to get prices. This is very early on, and it's merely an idea at this point, but, some years ago, Stormwater funded the 2 parking lots. They have underground storage in them off of Bullard Street. There's a small one that has about, I think there's 18 to 20 parking spaces in that little triangular shaped one. And then on the side that the ball fields is on, I think we got 112 spaces in that one. Both of those have underground storage, so the water is pulled in, treated on site underneath, and then just dispersed back into the ground. With the new playground and the splash pad coming, we have the opportunity to fix the Gulfview gate side as well, if that is something that you're interested in. Right now, I feel like, and as a parent, you pull up to the baseball field, it's their parking lot, and you've got somebody who's in a vehicle that's taken up 3 parking spaces sideways because they can't see that everybody else is parked in the line. So if you have lined parking spaces, you can get usually more people in that area. But the other thing that we were talking about, Lamarco, Don, and myself, being able to provide parking on the Gulfview side that is ADA compliant, to be able to access the playground and the splash pad and the ball fields that are internal, because you've got Bullard Street parking for those that are near the Bullard Street,
Right.
but you've got the internal parking as well. And one of the things that we did during the splash pad design, they had storm drainage infrastructure that was basically just taken into the existing system for the runoff stuff. And we ended up taking out the one that's on one side because it was going to cross over a sewer line, and what we recommended at the time was just take it out, and at some point when we develop on the other side, we'll just capture that over there. I know it's not during every rain event, but occasionally the fields that are there in the middle have runoff from the playground area that pushes into the ball field. So what I would, I guess, request from you guys is just thoughts on possibly in this coming fiscal cycle, we have an on-call engineering list. We would, Don, Marco, myself, try to find somebody who's good at parking lot design that can do the stormwater work as well, and fund basically bringing that parking lot up to a pave with underground storage in it on that side. And Lamarco, you'll have to, I can't ever remember what fields or what.
That's
The ones behind the playground. They go to the, so it's the parking lot that
4 and
comes
5.
in,
Yeah, it's
4 and 5,
Mhm.
over here. And then you've got the dirt that goes past the concession stand and then around the corner to the picnic shelter that's over there.
That's 3,
Okay,
Yeah, that's 3.
down in the hole, I always call it the hole.
So what we would be looking at doing is basically funding just the engineer design in next fiscal cycle. That would go in my operating budget for next year. Until Don tells me what equipment he needs for next year.
Would that require an RFP to go out for that?
We have an on-call engineering list,
Okay.
so we technically don't have to do an RFP. We would select somebody who has experience with stormwater parking lot and recreational uses that can do it in an ADA compliant manner. But that just kind of, you're talking about upgrading that building over there, but we also need to upgrade that parking lot, and since that's the infrastructure piece, we could do that, and then if you all choose to move forward with upgrading that building, then we've already got the infrastructure in place.
If we upgrade that parking lot, that'd be all the dirt parking lots we have,
And the maintenance staff would be so happy.
except golf course, we don't have developed yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think the plans for that are underway.
Yes.
Okay. Can I solicit the board for a consensus to look at replacing the pavilion?
I don't have a problem with it because we've had enough problems out of that building.
Well, should we wait since it's gonna be utilized by the baseball team?
It's a bad time of year to vacate it.
I think ultimately,
I'm just looking at a plan.
When they do it is a different.
Yeah.
I think your approval is
Looking at a plan. Not,
Okay.
don't raise it down tomorrow. Looking at it. Yeah. No, I'm bulldozing tomorrow, I'm just looking at giving Lamarco a green light to look at replacing.
I think it needs to happen, I just think it's a matter of when it happens, and I guess the cost, but I think it does need to happen.
Okay,
Well,
everybody in agreement?
Sure.
All right, Lamarco, there it is.
Yes.
Just people might want to leave let the ball team get in 2 years so we can look at recouping some of our money.
Yeah.
We definitely look at it. Okay? Yeah, and then I come back with a definite cost and what it's going to cost to demo it and then build it.
Now, speaking of the ball team, there's two questions that come up since our last meeting, a little bit outside the retreat, but I'll just ask these. Who is going to pay for the security of the field during the game? Is that the town or is that the ball team?
We had that conversation the other day. Typically, if you have a soccer game here, or a Little League baseball game, it's in the Parks and Rec budget for them to pay the overtime of officers. And Dr. Kirk Wrong is $45 an hour.
No, if it's Parks and Rec, it's 35 an hour.
Just outside is 45.
Yeah, any outside, it just went up at the beginning of, well, last year. It's $45 an hour for an outside contractor. So any job, town will always be 35. Unless you, of course, you felt compelled to give us a raise, but like, for argument's sake, we do Millstone Theater, we do, Southview Baptist Church, we do Putt-Putt. They're grandfathered in at 35.
Right.
Any new outside, any company that comes in now wants to hire police officers is at 45, which is still the lowest in the area. Fayetteville, I think, is at 55 or 60, and so is the sheriff's department. So 45 we felt was good for any new outside vendor that came in not connected to the town. Which is, and well, I think that the semi-pro basketball league, they pay for the security, right? So they should be billed at 40, and you're billing them at 45, I think. Yes. So our officers are only getting 35, so we got to work that out with Ricky.
And I think the main question is we're gonna have conversations with them to see if they have their own internal security. But if they use ours, that would be something they would be required to pay.
45 an hour.
Even if they have their own internal security, they should like to monitor the beer part of it. Like if they wanted to have a civilian employee there or one of their own security guards to check IDs and make sure nobody's leaving the fenced-in area with the beer, that's one thing. But just like all other events that we have at the baseball field, we should have at least one uniform officer with powers of arrest and ability to get help.
Right, right.
You know, so whether or not you want to bill them for it or the Parks and Rec budget is for it, that's up to you.
We bill them for it.
But that is a conversation we can have.
Okay. Second question, after the ball game, who's gonna clean the ball field? Who maintains and cleans that field?
I would imagine that, like, you talking about trash and debris?
Yeah.
That would be them. Now, as far as the maintenance, we maintain those fields anyway, so
Right.
that'll be our guys.
Yeah, I know the field maintenance is us, but I'm talking about the trash and anything else that's out there. It's gonna be their responsibility to collect and clean that.
I'd imagine they guys, and I'd imagine they probably have their own staff. Hadn't talked that far yet, but that's definitely, a point of conversation. I'd imagine it'd be them because it's above and beyond what we would have to do with our own forces. It increases our operation.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I know their first game is May 25th, and, you know, just some questions that are coming up that probably we should get in front of on the front end before they start, you know, their first home season game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, would you please? It's my understanding that they're supposed to pick up the paper and clean up the trash, and all we have to do is furnish somebody out there for the weekend, to pick up paper and stuff then, with a cell phone or something to get a hold of police department or you or somebody who's in charge.
To be honest with you, I can't remember that far into the agreements. That'd be another part of the conversation to have with them. We got another round of conversation to talk with them.
Yeah, I was told at a meeting that they had earlier in the year, that we would furnish someone to pick up trash during the games, that could put just a radio or a telephone to get a hold of necessary people like the police department or town manager or Marco or whatever. And that he would be paid by us and be comp time during the week, during the week for him. I don't know how that works, you guys have to do that. I don't have the authority.
I won't privy that conversation, but it's.
Ultimately, because you still have to execute the agreement, it's tied to the sales bid. So a lot of that can come into it in terms of the police and things. I mean, so I'll just look back at the contract to see what we have in the current contract for the maintenance check.
Okay, we've come to the end of the presentation. Is there any other comments from the board before we hand it back to Tim?
Oh, really, we're going home?
Well, almost.
You're not going home.
I don't know.
You've heard Lamarco's and John's presentation.
Oh, back to the bond.
Proceed or not?
Back to the bond, yes. We tabled the bond, we're circling back to the bond.
Yeah, we got
What's the wishes of the board on the bond referendum?
I would like to proceed for information.
is that what we're looking for, to proceed with them, just for information?
We're not, committing to anything at this point, but by April of 25, we pretty much need to be committed to everything.
So we're looking for a consensus?
As long as it's pulled out as a referendum for the citizens to vote on.
That's what we're talking about, yeah.
Yes.
We're looking for a consensus
I
of
would
the
say
board?
unless we're gonna go a different route, I mean, the only way you're gonna find out is if you put it out here for them. So we're gonna have to at least go that far.
Okay,
If grants never come through for streets, this is pretty much the only way to do that.
fine, that's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
All right, there it is, Drew, you have
All
your
right, so
consensus?
proceed.
Proceed. All right,
Just the town, the play, study, can that be posted for the public to review?
I guess,
Yes, no?
yeah, I don't see why not.
That's the press release right now. You got it.
What I'll do is I will forward it to Ashley, and then she can get it out however
Could we,
get stuff out.
could we include it in the minutes
It's
from
a PowerPoint presentation.
the PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah.
Could we include a copy of it with the minutes? Are you,
I would like, yeah, I want the slides for everything.
yeah,
Okay, I'll send it to Ashley, and then I will also send Ashley the, presentation for the bond.
yeah. I think if we include all the attachments with the minutes from today, actually, and then that gives us the sunshine and pleasant. That's the best way to do it.
Mayor, when do we get to go over the, like, individual departments, line items and stuff like that? What does that say?
All right, where we're at now is stage of the budget process. Each department is working on their, justifications for their request for next year right now. I can get those from the last week of March.
Okay.
Then in April, the manager and I will meet with each department. We'll go through it with our questions for them. And hopefully by the end of April, the objective is to get a balanced budget so that the first meeting in May will give you your copy. Worst case scenario, you get it second meeting in May if we're not able to get it balanced, but the last several years, we've been able to get it to you the first meeting in May. Then at that meeting, you will schedule your budget workshop. Sometime in May, the last several years, you've done it before the second meeting. Or we've done two sometimes. And, that's when you'll have that book with every department in it, you'll have every single thing that we have.
Okay.
And then, that'll be your opportunity to ask your questions and what you want. And then at one of the meetings in June, we'll approve it.
Okay, you got anything, Jeff?
No, just want to, say conclusion of today, definitely want to thank, the elected officials for, just continuing on this vision that we're on. Seems like we're on definitely continuing to elevate, the way we're doing things for the town. I love the fact that we're all in here together doing this, we're hearing directly, open discussions with department heads. You're making decisions, that may be considered tough decisions, but you're doing it in a formal manner, and you're doing it in dialogue way. So I commend you guys for doing that for us. I think I can speak on behalf of the staff that, we like the direction that this town is moving, and looking forward to continuing to push this town forward.
Appreciate you saying that. We embarked on this journey in January. We said then we were going to do it together, and that's what we're doing now. We're doing this together. Okay, nothing else?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to say that I think this board has come a long way in a short period of time that we've been in office. We've done a lot of good things. And we couldn't do those things without the staff that's sitting out here, and some of them that are not here. We couldn't have done all that without their help, and their encouragement.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Lay. Anybody else? All right, nothing else?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, it's a wrap. Amen.